discourse and place every issue on the altar of unbiased scrutiny. This is Newsfile, your most authoritative news analysis platform. And here on Newsfile, we put Ghana first.
We stand beneath you. What are you doing?
Newsfile with Samson Ladi Anyanini. On Joy News, independent, fearless, and credible.
It's Friday. Good morning and welcome aboard to the AM show on Joy News. It's an absolute delight. What a week it has been. I hope this weekend will be wonderful. But coming up this morning, we begin with our news review. We'll take a close look at the major headlines making news across the country and beyond. But first, the sentencing of the Herald editor Larry Dogbey to 7 days in prison for contempt of court has reignited debates about the balance between, judicial authority and also press freedom. Was justice fairly served, or does the case raise broader concerns for media practice in Ghana? We'll discuss that right here on the show. We also separate facts from speculation in the case involving former Master Chief Executive Sedina Tamaklo Ationu. Well, is she a free woman or she's behind bars? That's a question on many minds in Ghana today. We unpack the facts and what they mean for accountability and the rule of law. Also, we'll talk about the New Patriotic Party, because within the party, Kennedy Japan is expected before the party's disciplinary committee. At a time when the NPP is rebuilding after its electoral defeat, we ask a very simple question. Is party unity becoming fragile? And what implications does this have for the opposition's future? Very interesting turnout of event. We'll discuss that today on the show as well. And then we turn our attention to the planned Sentio oil refinery expansion. Yes, Ghana is seeking to strengthen local refining capacity, create jobs, and also reduce dependence on imported petroleum products. What exactly is in it for the country? We'll discuss that here. And then in our big story, we'll discuss climate change and Ghana's agricultural prospects, strategies and adaptation. You really don't want to miss that conversation here on the AM show. Erratic rainfall patterns, rising temperatures and extreme weather events continue to threaten agricultural productivity and also food security. So, as Ghana pushes for sustainable growth in the sector, what practical adaptation measures are needed, to build resilience and also to protect livelihoods? So, joining us for this important discussion will be Dr. Ebenezer Kojo. He's research fellow and lecturer at the Earth Observation Research and Innovation Center. Also joining us, Dr. Kwabena Takra. He's senior lecturer at the Department of Horticulture and Crop Production at UNAIR. And also Dr. Naomi Kumi. She's senior lecturer at the Department of Atmospheric and Climate Science, also at UNAIR. But guess what? My favorite part of the show on Friday. Later on E-Corner, we bring you the very latest from the world of entertainment. Some trending stories, celebrity news, and all that's making the headlines in the world of showbiz. Noella Karen Yale will bring us that. So please stay with us for some news updates. My name is Denisia Pomaide. I'm here to pave the way for the ever beautiful MFA Akufo-Addo. And of course, the Ahanta Pele himself, Samuel Kojo. Please stay with us. AM News is up next. Enjoy the show. Welcome back. This is AM News. The Metropolitan Chief Executive of Cape Coast, George Justice Arthur, says the Assembly is implementing measures to restore normalcy after the recent flooding and also reduce future disaster risk. He says interventions including demolition unsafe structures, rehabilitating affected areas and other preventive measures, while also urging residents to support efforts to tackle the metropolis' recurring flooding challenges.
At a press conference, the Metropolitan Chief Executive of Cape Coast, George Justice Arthur, outlined the extent of the destruction caused by last weekend's rainfall across the metropolis.
Tragically, the storm led to the collapse of 10 houses, mostly mud structures, causing the death of 5 persons and 1 person missing, 3 of whom were children, and leaving 8 others in critical condition. Survivors have received medical care at Ewim Polyclinic and the Cape Coast Teaching Hospital. In addition, 506 residents have been displaced and 2,292 were affected within the metropolis.
He also detailed measures being undertaken by the Cape Coast Metropolitan Assembly, including plans for demolition and restoration.
2 committees were formed. The first committee was for the identification and demolition of dilapidated structures in the metropolis. The following are their terms of reference. 1 is to determine the number of people living in a dilapidated houses. 2 is to identify a suitable place for resettlement. 3 is to develop a proposal for funding for resettlement of the displaced persons.
Mr. Arthur further underscored the urgent need for an effective drainage system in Cape Coast, while calling for greater community participation and support in the Assembly's efforts to address the city's challenges.
Another decision that was taken by management is that there should be a drainage master plan for Cape Coast Metropolitan Assembly or the entire metropolis. Again, that drains should be deserted regularly to allow easy flow of water through the drains. The current drainage infrastructure should be expanded. That there shall be a community-based approach solution to challenges of communities where members of the community shall be involved. And the last but not the least is that there would be a massive decongestion exercise in the metropolis.
From Cape Coast, Abigail Little and Nkrumah reports for Joy News.
With the latest United Nations estimates showing that more than 890,000 babies are born in Ghana each year, the need to strengthen the fight against neonatal illnesses has never been more urgent. It is against this backdrop that the Angel Care Foundation has embarked on a nationwide initiative to donate blankets to hospitals across the country. The intervention is being hailed as a crucial step in preventing neonatal hypothermia, a potentially life-threatening condition that occurs when newborns are unable to maintain adequate body temperature after birth. There's more in the following report.
For every newborn, the first moment of life can determine your chances of survival. Yet, one of the simplest acts that can save a life, wrapping a baby in a warm blanket, is a choice they can never make for themselves. A 2026 study published in the Journal of Clinical Medicine found that neonatal hypothermia affects as many as 73.7% of newborns in Ghana. The condition occurs when babies are unable to maintain a safe body temperature after birth. To help tackle the problem, the Angel Care Foundation has launched a nationwide initiative to donate blankets to hospitals across the country. Speaking at the launch, the foundation's founder, Olivia Chunk, said every newborn deserves the warmth.
When my youngest brother was born, I was there. My mother has just delivered, and the nurse told us that the baby could not be brought to her. Not because anything was wrong with the baby, but because there was nothing to wrap the baby in. I walked into that ward and I asked another mother if she had anything she could spare. She did, and because of her generosity, my brother was dressed and he was born. But I made a decision in that room quietly that no mother should ever be separated from her baby for something that simple. That something that is basic should never be the reason.
Consultant physician Dr. Vanessa Appiah also highlighted the importance of keeping newborns warm immediately after birth.
The first 28 days of life are crucial, and there are so many that do not make those first 28 days, number one. In Ghana, we have around 18 babies in every 1,000 who do not survive the first month of life. Neonatal deaths now make up nearly half of all deaths in children under 5. Half. And behind every one of those numbers is a mother who carried, it's a mother who hoped, it's a mother who named. They named that child and they lost that child.
Member of Parliament Fola Dadekutupong, Retana Odolesowa, described the initiative as an investment in the health and future of Ghana's children.
It is therefore deeply meaningful that we have gathered here today, not merely to launch a program, but to affirm a simple yet powerful principle that every child deserves.
The event concluded with a donation of blankets, cash, and other essential items to the police hospital, a contribution aimed at giving more newborns a warmer and healthier start to life.
From health, let me take you to the markets. The price of ginger has surged in Ghana's markets, forcing traders to record falling sales and leaving consumers to cut back on a commodity many rely on for cooking and home remedies. At the Malamata market and Nima market in Accra, traders say rising costs have pushed some customers away, while others who once bought in larger quantities now purchase much smaller portions. Deborah Inimwabedu reports.
A key ingredient in Ghanaian kitchens and a popular natural remedy, ginger is used in soups, stews, local drinks, and for treating common ailments such as coughs and colds. But its rising cost is creating challenges for both traders and consumers. At the Malamata and Nima markets, sellers say prices have increased sharply in recent weeks. This, they say, is affecting demand and reducing sales.
3 million.
We used to buy ginger for 300 cedis, but now it's cost about 900 cedis. It spoils quickly, and we are appealing for government support.
The money that I used to buy 3 sacks now buys only 1.
A sack that sold for 2,500 cedis to 3,500 cedis now costs about 6,500 cedis. We keep making losses.
6,500.
Consumers are not excited about the increase. They say it's adding pressure to household budgets, forcing many to reduce the quantity they buy, despite the importance of the ingredients in their daily lives.
10 cedis worth of ginger only lasts a few days because the quantity is now very small.
I use ginger in soup, stews, and for steaming meat. Even 10 Ghana cedis worth is now expensive.
I use ginger in my porridge business. What 100 cedis used to buy can no longer meet my needs, forcing me to spend much more. Traders also blame production challenges, including concerns over fertilizer use and reduced shelf life, which they say causes some of the ginger to get spoiled before they are sold.
The excessive use of fertilizer is affecting ginger production.
We are struggling to afford stock and have suffered repeated losses. We are appealing for financial support to help sustain our businesses.
Once an affordable kitchen essential, ginger is now reflecting the wider impact of rising food prices on households across Ghana. For Joy News, Deborah Enimwa Bidu's report read to you.
Away from the markets, amid growing globalization and the rapid influence of technology, education stakeholders are calling for deliberate efforts to instill Ghanaian cultural values and traditions in children, stressing that preserving the nation's cultural identity is critical to shaping responsible future generations. The call was made during the 2026 Central Regional Basic Schools Cultural Festival, where participants underscored the importance of integrating cultural education and value-based learning into the school system to safeguard Ghana's heritage and promote national development.
The 2026 edition of the Central Regional Basic Schools Cultural Festival was held on the theme Culture Education, Nurturing and Preserving Values. The Central Regional Culture Coordinator, Wisdom Adomina, underscored the significance of the festival.
In those days, when a child sees an elderly person even carrying a luggage, the child rushed down to take the luggage from the elderly. But these days, it's no more like that. What is spoiling our culture now is what we call they say child's right. Child's right. We adopt child's right in the bad way. You see, we forget about the responsibility. And then we always pay attention to the right of the child. So by having the regional culture competition, we instill into the children, we train them, we bring them up as to how they should live. So that whenever we are gone, we know that there are people over there to hold forth for this particular country.
In her address, the Central Regional Director of the Ghana Education Service, Dr. Juliet Dufi-Otame, said the theme serves as an urgent call to preserve Ghana's cultural heritage and traditions.
The theme for this year's festival, cultural education, nurturing and preserving Ghanaian values, could not be more timely and urgent. We are living in an era accelerated by rapid globalization and unprecedented technological advancements. While we embrace modern progress, we must never allow it to erode our foundational identity. Cultural education remains our most indispensable anchor. It is the vehicle through which we instill in our youth the core Ghanaian values that have sustained our society for generations: respect, integrity, discipline, patriotism, tolerance, and communal responsibility.
The chairman for the occasion and chief of Alatamure in the Asebu traditional area, Ojiahoho Kofi Amenyi IV, also called for greater intentionality in instilling cultural values in children.
The Ghana Education Service in collaboration with the Regional Culture Unit deserve our highest commendation for organizing this festival. Through activities such as traditional dance, choral music, storytelling, drum language, poetry recitals, drama, art, figure drawing, size singing, and construction. Our learners are given the opportunity to discover their talents whilst appreciating the richness of our Ghanaian culture.
From Cape Coast, Abigail Lisel and Nkrumah reports for Joy News.
Now, a partnership between Ecobank Ghana and the Forestry Commission is accelerating Ghana's forest restoration efforts with the planting of 2,000 seedlings at the Chippa Forest under the government's Tree for Life initiative. The move forms part of a national target to plant 30 million trees this year as Ghana intensifies efforts to combat climate change and restore degraded land. There's more in the following report.
At the Chippa Forest, every seedling planted represents a step towards rebuilding an ecosystem weakened by years of forest loss. The Forestry Commission says while planting remains important, the real measure of success lies in nurturing the trees to maturity. The Tema-Ada District Manager of the Forestry Commission, Linda Asari, stresses the need for continuous monitoring and maintenance to ensure the survival of planted trees.
No view about the project that we are doing. So this is part of the Tree for Life initiative that was launched last year by the President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. This year, we have a target of planting 30 million trees across the country. So this morning, we are here with EcoBank to achieve that target of the 30 million trees. Each tree seedling counts. So we want to use this medium to also encourage individuals and corporate bodies to also come on board. You know, the government alone cannot do it. Forestry, our doors are always open for collaboration. So we want to invite everyone to come on board and let's plant to mitigate against climate change and also to restore degraded Chippa Forest Reserve.
Ecobank Ghana's head of corporate communications, Daniel Kazati, says the bank's environmental commitment includes supporting reforestation and promoting sustainable practices within its operations.
We are here today to do basically two things. To plant new trees, so we have adopted a 2-hectare land here, just as we did last year. Last year, we started with 2-hectare land and planted about 1,800 trees. This year, we are going to do about 2,000, and to revisit last year's site to see how those trees are faring and how we can contribute towards replacing all the dead ones. Tree planting and sustainability covers every sphere of life, including banking, right? So as an entity, we have been very conscious in this area, contributing in various ways. It starts with our head office building. It is ecologically friendly, sustainability friendly. It starts with our operations, general operations. We have cut down the cost of paper. Our digital transformation agenda is also riding on the back of that. So you will see that no more paperwork as much as possible. Paper is coming from trees, and we are discouraging the degradation of the environment. Right. So these are meaningful ways by which we are contributing.
Authorities say more than 20 hectares of degraded land have already been restored in the district, but they insist that continued collaboration between government and private sector will be key to achieving Ghana's climate goals. Martha Sewabwachi's report, read to you.
It's time for business news, but first, let's check out the currency market. Now, fuel prices are likely to see a significant drop in the next pricing window, with diesel expected to fall by as much as 20%. This is according to the Executive Director for the Center for Environmental Management and Sustainable Energy, Benjamin Nsia. Speaking to Joy Business, Mr. Nsia said the projected reduction is driven by the recent decline in global crude oil prices and the relative stability of the cedi against the US dollar.
More than $200 per metric ton, selling below $900 per metric. Price of petrol is still doing around $936 per metric, also selling below $1,000 per metric. So all products, diesel, LPG, ATK, petrol, all are going to have higher, very significant decline beginning the first window of July, which starts on 1st July. But predominantly, diesel is likely going to observe about 20% decline, and that means that diesel is likely going to sell around 12 to 18 Ghana cedis per litre.
Also, banking consultant Dr. Richmond Ituahene has urged and has cautioned in the planned sale Standard Chartered Bank of Ghana's wealth and retail banking business, warning that the process must be carefully managed to avoid disruptions to customers, businesses, and the broader banking sector.
You're just right. It needs to be handled tactfully and carefully, because we are talking about one of the banks that has been ahead in our even trade finance and institutional financing. So it goes to be tackled tactfully, so that we don't put businesses at jeopardy. And I believe Bank of Ghana would have the skill and the competencies and the ability to handle it so that it doesn't affect the banking sector in Ghana.
But more importantly, what should Standard Chartered Bank be doing to manage the situation?
Well, once they have made mention that they want to exit, don't forget depositors should also be very keen. Or those of you on the retail end. And don't forget the reason why they also want to leave. If I tell you the performance of the fintech and the mobile money, they are finding a great challenge. All the banks are finding a great challenge in the digital space. So I'm not surprised they want to exit, because they are feeling keener competition from. But Bank of Ghana would actually look at it this way. What have they done for the economy over the years, and be able to handle it tactically, so that it doesn't affect the sector as we all anticipate.
Let's now bring you some updates from the commodities market. Well, that's it for AM News. But don't forget that the AM show is sponsored by Shield Silicone Paint from Mazar Group, Syntex Pipes, and Time Herbal Mixture. Let me tell you about the World Cup, okay? Because the football season is here. The World Cup fever is on and everyone is excited. CompuGhana says the match shouldn't just be on the pitch. You can bring the stadium experience home. This is the time to buy your crystal clear TVs, soundbars, home theaters, smartphones, laptops, projectors, and more at unbeatable prices. Remember, this isn't just a discount sale. It's a chance to win a 100-inch 4K smart TV, some cash, laptops, phones, and many other amazing prizes when you spend 1,000 cedis or more. So, rush to any CompuGhana showroom or just shop online at CompuGhana.com. Or you can call us on 030-275-2020 or WhatsApp 024-314-3143. CompuGhana Go Rush Season, the ultimate football experience. Now, still on the World Cup, Football's biggest tournament is on, and there's no better way to back your team than on Betano. Sign up today on Betano and claim a welcome bonus of up to 2,000 cedis on your first deposits to enjoy the World Cup. Look, simply create your Betano account, verify your details, make your first deposit, and make we bet. It's for over 18s only. Terms and conditions apply. Gamble responsibly. This is vetted and approved by the Gaming Commission of Ghana. Let me tell you about Nestus Homes, because you can own your dream property in one of Teme's fastest growing prime locations today. Yeah, at Nestus Homes, we offer beautifully designed studio 1, 2, 3, and 4-bedroom luxury homes crafted for modern living, comfort, and long-term value. It's strategically located at Tema Community 26. It's just behind the Palace Mall. Our gated community gives you a serene and secure environment, easy access to major roads and key business areas, close proximity to schools, hospitals, malls, and essential social amenities. So guess what? You can reserve your unit today with just 10% deposit and enjoy flexible payment plans and mortgage options. Please call us now on 053-101-4440 or 053-101-4447 to book a viewing, or visit us at www.nestus.com.gh. That's it for AM News. For more news, please do log on to myjonline.com. My name is Denisia Pomaide. Up next is sports. A while later, we'll have our news review. Enjoy.
Time for sports on the AM show. My name is Haruna Mubarak. A high-powered Ghanaian government delegation visited the Black Stars camp in Rhode Island to congratulate the team on their impressive FIFA World Cup campaign and deliver a message of support for President John Dramani Mahama. The Black Stars have remained unbeaten after their opening 2 matches at a FIFA World Cup for the first time since 2010. Foreign Affairs Minister Samuel Okudzeto-Ablakwa praised the Black Stars for restoring national pride and expressed confidence that the team could go all the way to the final.
The patriotism and the respect that we have always had for the Black Stars. And we have no doubt that you are going to make us proud, and you are going to go very, very far in this tournament. I want to bring you very warm greetings from His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama, who, as you know, is your ardent fan. He interacted with you virtually. He sent the Vice President earlier when you were in Canada, and he has asked us to convey his respect, and he wishes that you know that he is rooting strongly for you. He's your #1 fan, and he has a very special package for you when you return to Ghana after this tournament. You can trust President Mahama to deliver on his promise. So far, he has given you all that you need and all that is required. And we are very, very proud of what you have achieved on the field. We know that as you prepare for Croatia, you are going to make us even prouder, and you are going to defeat Croatia. If England no seat up, then what's going to happen to Croatia? So I know the Croatians are trembling, and we are going to really defeat them and go to the next round of 32. This is a team that many were not too sure about your capacity, but now the world is watching and everybody is saying that, look, you cannot rule out the Black Stars, and you better give the Black Stars their due and give them the respect that they deserve. So we are going to ride on that momentum, and we are going to go very, very far. I believe that we can even get to the finals. I have no doubt.
Now, businessman and philanthropist Ibrahim Mahama also pledged a special bonus to the Black Stars if they defeat Croatia and ultimately secure qualification to the next stage of the competition.
You've really impressed me very, very well. Very, very well. And I was holding money back even when I pledged, and I told the minister that, look, I won't give you the money till I see any good performance, but now I want to rush home and give him all the money. In 2010, the president and I went to South Africa to watch the match and were robbed. And from then I just said to myself that I won't follow football again. But my son has actually been following football, and he has actually encouraged me to look into football. And I'm very, I thought we were just coming to see players, but I've seen the technical team and I'm very impressed. It looks like you've done a good job. And
clap for me.
With Jordan here, as a young boy, I saw starting football from my mother's house. I'm so also proud that he's actually grown up to be the captain of the Black Stars, where he would also mentor other young men. Most of the young men, I don't even know their names and their faces. I just hear the names and I can't put their face together. And I've heard the name Semenyo. I say, where is Semenyo from? Where is Semenyo from? And coming to see this team, it just reminds me of Agogo and how they came up and how they made us proud. So listen, you guys, I'm going to follow your journey, and I'm going to also make sure that I invest in you, because not you alone, the technical team, you've done very well. And let's find many more Ghanaians who have untold stories to see how we can. But once again, with the coach, I'm very, very proud because you came in at a shorter time. You've been able to put the boys together, and you wonderful performance. And apart from the government's bonus, I have a special bonus for you. Hostage, so I can't fly back home, so I'm going to stay and watch you. But I say I have a much better bonus for you than the taxpayers. Yes, so please, they have to go to Parliament. They say I don't have to go to Parliament, so please do us proud, and then you will be rewarded. Thank you very much.
In Group E, former Arsenal forward Nicolas Pepe scored twice as Ivory Coast beat Curaçao 2-0 to qualify for the round of 32 for the first time in their history. In the same group, Ecuador, they came from behind to beat already qualified Germany by 2-1. Highlights for you.
Curaçao and Côte d'Ivoire, and this is Tahith Chong, who will shoot. Oh, and the ricochet's gone his way, and it's in. Pepe pounces. Côte d'Ivoire have the start they wanted. Pepe working hard, and then Diallo shooting wide. It was acrobatic and a little bit uncomfortable at the same time. Chong, wide. Here's Leandro Bacuna, and he just drags it wide. Jesse controls, and then shoots. Took a deflection, it'll be a corner. And Floranus will hit this! Not too far away for Curacao. Sangare, they found a way through and they found a second goal. A brace for Pepe, a wonderful finish, and now Cote d'Ivoire really can think about the round of 32. Chong from the Locadia layoff. Curacao looking to get one back. In the end, it's right at Fofana. And help gone all the way through. They might have another one. And the referee blows his whistle. Cote d'Ivoire
World Cup Group E, Ecuador and Germany. Nice feed from Pavlovic, and there's Fitz! And in a trice, Germany have a lead! Here's Angulo, he can cause a problem. Angulo strike and splendid goal! Finally, and in style! Ecuador are off the mark! Here's Raum. Round towards Havertz. It's a nicely weighted ball for Jamal Musiala. And he insisted on getting there first. And setting it back for Valencia! Beaten out by Neuer. Rounds on the overlap. Undaf was waiting. In the final quarter of the game, Rodriguez is after this. And Neuer was committed. Rodriguez was forced wide. Angulo played it in. Oh, nudged cleverly here into the path of Leroy Sané. Nudged across towards Rodriguez. Vite plays it in. Rodriguez, it is touched in. Plata from right on the line! Pascal Gross. Dennis Undaf. This is everything to Ecuador. Today, they were required to beat the four-time.
In Group F, Tunisia's miserable campaign ended with 0 points and a -10 goal difference after a 3-1 defeat to the Netherlands. In the other Group F game, Japan and Sweden played out a 1-1 draw as both sides progressed to the next stage of the competition. That's how we wrap up this sports segment on the AM show. My name is Haruna Mubarak.
Reaches the end line and offers early service. Malin across. Proby, that got deflected in. It is yet another World Cup own goal. Header snapped back across the face and slammed home. The Dutch are running away with it quite early. Proby scored again. The bright man offers forward. Malin all the way across. Gakpo spears it down. Reinders. Gakpo won't get there nearly in time. Dumfries. Laced across. Falls to Dumfries! That got deflected. I'm not sure the defender knew much about it. The ball. Header snapped out in! Just the start Tunisia was looking for. Nestori. The header snapped on. That gets in! Then Eka got the first touch to it. The Netherlands restore their 2-goal lead. Punched away. This lifted off the underside of the bar. The Maybe there's more here. Blasted toward frame, turned aside Daman. On the ball. Injured player behind. It continues through Dumfries and Daman. The Dutch are flying into the knockout stage.
The countdown. Good switch of play. Just after that by Goodmanson. He's at Ito's cross, and there's a Sugawara has a go. Kamada, oh, they're in here. They're in. The goalkeeper makes a very good save. Japan, they finished second, remember, played Brazil. Well, here is Gyökeres trying to change the complexion of the group. Tanaka did well, and he could shoot. He could shoot better than that. Up, it wouldn't have counted. It was still a fantastic stop.
Through every stage of life, some things simply stay with us. The spirit of never giving up. A throwback to a bygone era. Love was service. The silent statement of love. A thoughtful gesture that deepens bonds, balancing work and life. Every drop refreshes, every sip hydrates, just as it should. I am awake, one for life. Drink water, drink awake. Supporting the National Cardiothoracic Center.
Now let me tell you why you should choose Safari Valley as your conference destination.
The new conference building combines modern amenities with the tranquility of nature, providing the perfect backdrop for your next seminar and corporate retreat.
The only conference destination with so many activities. You don't have to travel to visit your tennis club, the gym, or the stables. They have it all.
Enjoy this rooftop viewing deck, basking in the sunlight with the sight of wild animals roaming freely in their natural habitat.
At my break, I'm able to practice my putting.
It's a unique experience that sparks creativity and rejuvenates the mind.
Visit Safari Valley Eco Resort in Ghana, bringing you closer to nature.
Did you know that Ghana spends more than 8 billion Ghana cedis annually importing food that can be produced right here at home? That's why the Joy brands, in partnership with the Federation of Associations of Ghanaian Exporters (FAGE), are bringing you Joy Agribusiness Month 2026 under the theme From Soil to Sovereignty, Building Ghana's Agricultural Self-Reliance Through Innovation. Join us on the Joy Super Morning Show, Joy News, Joy Prime, and across Joy Business platforms for a month-long national conversation on Ghana's food security and agribusiness future. Since the beginning of June, we have engaged policymakers, industry leaders, researchers, agripreneurs, and development partners, exploring government policy, trade, and financing for food sovereignty, highlighting research, innovation, and mechanization. We have also examined infrastructure, value addition, youth participation, and agricultural financing as critical drivers of sector growth. In week 4, our focus turns to vast opportunities across Ghana's horticulture value chains. The final week looks at consumer power and Ghana's roadmap to food sovereignty by 2030. Stay tuned to Joy FM, Joy News, and Joy Prime. The Joy Agribusiness Month 2026 is proudly sponsored by Agro Monte Company Limited. We understand Agric and Ghana Commodity Exchange, trade, storage, financing, all in one place. That's GCX, powering Africa's commodity markets.
Discover Willow Lane in Sakumono, one of Ghana's most prime community. These expertly designed 4-bedroom homes feature a private elevator, 4 ensuite bedrooms, private balconies, walk-in closets, and a gourmet kitchen and a maid's quarters. Perfect for families, executives, investors, and retirees. Our community offers a swimming pool, playground, and 3-tier security for your peace of mind. Experience the ultimate in comfort, convenience, and community here at Willow Lane, Sakumon. Visit waylead.org or call 0240-111119 or 0308-040500 to book your tour today. Waylead, your trusted home builder.
All right, this is the AM show. Wherever you are, thank you for choosing us. Thanks for joining in. Well, the CEO of the Tree Crop Development Authority, Dr. Andy Osei Okra, has outlined the vast opportunities in the tree development sector. He says the global export value of the main tree crop is over $200 billion annually. Speaking with Winston Amwa on the Super Morning Show as part of the Joy Agribusiness Month, Dr. Okra said more Ghanaians can be employed in the sector to create jobs.
There's a question here. It says, inadequate information on cashew diseases and pests, as there was a cashew disease across the cashew belt this year. Drying up of cashew flowers following the flowering stage, which coincides with the harmattan. Need to experiment with irrigation. Very high inadequate cashew processing facilities. All the established in Wenchi have collapsed. Only about 2 in Techim, and foreigners are buying the nuts at very low prices and exporting raw cashew nuts.
Yeah, it's a combination of things I mentioned, and I just want to say that our research team is doing a lot as far as diseases are concerned. Recent one, the Paddy Mildew as a disease that we had. Quickly, we started engaging. Then we're going to have a regional research team, the Cocoa Research Institute, responsible for cashew and share, are doing a lot of things about it. We are not sure that is a disease that affected the production this year. But then I just want to say that the research team is on it, doing something about it. Foreigners, they are saying foreigners are buying nuts. This is the time under President Mahama. Immediately, just recently, we recruited over 100 compliance enforcement team putting together, checking. For us, we don't know foreigners.
Hold on a minute. I'll get back to you on the processing, because the president has been talking about the need to process.
Yeah.
But this message from Henry says, I admire Dr. Okra from afar at Holy Ghost Temple. Winston, please ask him if other crops can be added to the program, like the green gold of the South America's avocado.
Yes, several crops that he has now even introduced, the green gold, avocado, yes. Hearing it from him. Now, not quite long, Sissemen, Moringa, I went to the north, Baobab, Dawa, they were on to add. We are in talk, but I've told them that we came in and 6 has already been selected. We need to bring the 6 up for Ghanaians to see that we can add up. But we need to focus on the 6 first, but others can be added up to them.
So we've been talking about the need to process, and you've talked about it. You've said that, when it comes to cashew, even the apple, we don't do anything with it. Okay. Someone sends a message that says foreigners are buying the raw nuts and exporting it. I like cashew, the roasted ones. I like it a lot. How are we processing? What are we doing to ensure that we process these crops locally?
Thank you. And as I indicated, this is the first time that the industry or the sector have seen regulation. They've seen the coordination that this is the authority responsible for that. So all actors, whether for it or not, they have been stated in the Act how to register them, where to operate and what to do. And our duty is to do that and enforce the law. And that is what we do. So it's not about foreigners buying it in here. If you think foreigners should not buy them, as a Ghanaian, you have every right to apprehend the person or draw attention at the state that we are. But for us, if you are a registered licensed actor and you need to operate, you have the parameters where you have to operate, and they are doing. And we have put in compliance and enforcement officers on the ground, making sure that laws, even though they are not enough, which we intend to add more, we want all of us and our value chain actors to help us to be able to do that. Now, the present focus is on value addition. And then these cashew we are talking about, all of them are being exported in a raw form. And then we have few local processing. So what we have focused is, our focus is on value addition. How do we help local cashew processors to be able to process locally here? There's, as part of our program, we are finding matching grants to support. There are other interventions that support local processors in retooling their machines and making sure they have the right things to be able to process them. We have a plan that if you are able to, I think the capacity of processing sector is almost 65,000 metric tons. Almost 8,000 or so is being processed here. We intend taking it to 75. In taking it to 75, we intend making sure about 50 to 80% are processed locally here. So we are supporting, finding ways, better ways of supporting local processors and adding more to be able to come and process the material before we are able to send outside. Giving them some incentives, which can be in the form of matching grant to be able to do what they are supposed to do. We have other programs running with the Ghana competitive program by NURAS and ProForest and the Swiss government. They are making sure they help certain local processors in terms of tools, in terms of matching grants that support them. These are all interventions that the authority is doing through various things. Under the World Bank program, we are also running, which they are expecting to see the fruit. Yes, we have made sure that we have a portion that will pump into the local processing. Winston, these are the things that the president wants us to do and make sure that people can process the nuts here in Ghana before they are exported. There are many other things that we have put in place.
Someone says I should ask you. Says, good morning, Winston. Please ask him about nutmeg.
It doesn't fall under us.
Okay.
And so if you want us to look at it, he can approach us and then we can see how best. But it's not part of our...
It's not part of you. But Dr. Ndiokra, before, you talked about, briefly about coconut. And it's one of the things that, another great area. What are the opportunities there? Because today, and from what I have gathered, from the research I've done, if you say an acre, you can have between 80 to 100 trees. Once it starts fruiting, 80 to 100 a month.
Yes.
So if you have, say, and for purposes of analysis, if I say, so if you have 100 trees, okay, leaving an acre, let's do 80. Okay, let's do 80. If you have 10 acres times 10, that's 800. If you get 80 every month, that's 64,000 fruits of coconut every month. If you sell one for 2 cedis, that is 128,000. But that's if you're doing it just like that. But there are other opportunities in there, so share some of them with us.
Okay. So I'm happy the coconut one you have also shared this. One area is also rubber.
Mm-hmm.
Rubber has a huge benefit because one, the rubber, we don't eat the rubber.
Mm-hmm.
It has a huge demand that locally, even processors are saying that they don't have enough to process locally to TSL before we can even talk of manufacturing the product. So rubber, both its cultivation and its processing is there. And we don't do much about it. We just need to get the right rubber seedlings planted, do the initial stage cultivation. When it gets up, the demand is huge. We can use that also to address the illegal mining areas to restore our lands. So rubber also serves as all the poison areas and stuff like that. We can use rubber to resolve the others. Whilst you are getting rubber from them for processing locally here, that is huge. And then the money you can get from there. Again, rubber, all our crops can get carbon sequestration, but rubber sequestrates a lot carbon in the air, which you can also sell through. I'm sure also you are aware of the carbon market, carbon sequestration. Yeah. Yes, that these are monies you can also get from carbon and these crops. Rubber, then we come to mango. Now mango, as we all love mango, mango is just a lot that we can't talk about. Mango itself has huge potential. The blue skies are processing mango. They cannot. The HPWs are processing mangoes here. They can't get mangoes. They import, bring even mango from outside to this. These are money. So the monies you are saying, if you calculate mango one, because mango has another international, they are distributing here from Ghana, blue skies, process mangoes, and they send it to Marks and Spencer's and then the retail shops in UK daily. So if you invest in mango, look at what.
There's a message that says, and let me just read that one to you, that has been talking about, because you talked about, it says, my name is Obobi, a software engineer and a farmer. My team and I have developed a platform called AgroVigil, which is used to manage and monitor agricultural projects for farmers, investors, and organizations. Your guest spoke of opportunities for technology to be used to monitor the progress of a tree plant project, and I'd love to present this to him.
Fantastic. I keep receiving them. Yes, I recently were in the UK under the president's UK-Ghana UK Investment Summit. While in a panel, the guy sitting beside me also is a tech guy. I mentioned something and he said he has gone online, he has seen a tree crop conveyance certificate system, traceability system. He developed something and fantastic. We are just looking at that. So anybody who can see any opportunity and a thing it can address our problem, we are open. You can just walk to our office and we'll go through. Once it's going to add value and create jobs for him and his entire team and the rest of the youth and the women in the country, we are for it. We are ready to talk and then move forward. So it's welcome.
Good. I mean, you've talked about all the opportunities, but there's one thing I want us to talk about also. Do you have any assistance for persons who want to cultivate these tree crops in the acquisition of lands? Do you help them to acquire lands? Do you have any scheme like that?
Thank you very much. One of the things that the Tree Crop Development Authority is doing is it is strategically positioned to be one-stop shop where when you walk in and you tell us your interests, we want to be able to help, even though if it doesn't sit there. Land, it starts with land. If you have land, nor if you don't have, we want to lead and help you to acquire land. So we are in talk with some traditional authorities and people who have land, and we are building land banks. So when we have the land banks and you come in, and depending on your interest, then we can assist that you go, oil palm, Western region, oil palm, this area, coconut, this area. So the ones we have gathered that we can point. Recently, we have a team from Thailand. They are interested in oil palm, and they want us to get them about 30,000 hectares of land for them to also come in. As I'm speaking, my officers on the ground in Western region, because we contacted somebody and said he has that land. So we are going there to make sure if it's okay, then we'll make sure that it's getting free land, then we'll get it. So we assist in those land. Yes, others too are coming depending on your interest. And what we do, and one of our core things, that if we have the resources as part of the development levies that we get, we have to give back to those who want to plant. So we give free elite seedlings to people that they can. You have the land, or you are a farmer already. You want to upskill. We should be able to help you if we have the resources to give you elite seedlings to be able to do that, and some technical assistance and make sure you can upskill your farm.
In a minute, what are the challenges currently facing you? That would also present opportunities for others.
The challenges, as you said, is making sure that people understand the tree crop sector and then they know the mandate, that a lot of people are doing things that before the authority. So since an authority came in, they say things that it falls under their purview, and you could see that that is at all sectors that people are doing things. So you are doing things they don't understand. But when it comes, the law is clear. When it comes to 3-6 crops, or you can be doing things and stuff like that, there can be cross-cutting stuff. But when it comes to cashew, coconut, oil, palm, rubber, and mango, the authority is given to the Tree Crop Development Authority as the sole regulator to ensure that things are done well. So that's one challenge of all sectors understanding this and working together. In the Act, we are to collaborate with EPA, Standards Authority, GEPA, Exim Bank, everything. So these are coordination and sector, and we are doing a lot to do that. So that is one. Again, the actors themselves. So somebody doesn't think that, before I was exporting all my stuff, my coconut, processed coconut, he doesn't know that he was doing those things illegally since the law came forth. You think that, no, we're not paying anything. No, and since we came, we have not introduced any money levy or anything. All the levies are stated in the law before we even came. All that we are doing, we are enforcing. So we are praying that actors and everyone will understand this and then do the needful. What is more important is that I want to state here is we pay development levies on export and things that we do. So if we do that, by the same law, it has to go back and give this development levy to them by way of inputs.
Exactly.
So that is what it is.
Okay. Dr. Andy Osakra, thank you so much for joining us this morning. And Dr. Andy Osakra is the Chief Executive Officer of the Ghana Tree Crop Development Authority joining us. So folks, you know all the opportunities. Make sure you take advantage of it. And this has been...
Now, let me tell you why you should choose Safari Valley as your conference destination.
The new conference building combines modern amenities with the tranquility of nature, providing the perfect backdrop for your next seminar and corporate retreat.
The only conference destination with so many activities, you don't have to travel to visit your tennis club, the gym, or the stables. They have it all.
Enjoy this rooftop viewing deck, basking in the sunlight with the sight of wild animals roaming freely in their natural habitat.
At my break, I'm able to practice my putting.
It's a unique experience that sparks creativity and rejuvenates the mind.
Visit Safari Valley Eco Resort in Ghana, bringing you closer to nature.
Difficult bounce for the American defence to deal with, and Samoa Joe has scored! A wonderful volley!
The stadium is alive! The fans are roaring and the excitement has officially kicked off. It's goal rush season at Compute Ghana. This World Cup season, the match isn't just on the pitch, it's happening right in your home. Build your home stadium with world-class cinematic TVs, powerful sound bars, and home theaters, high-power speakers, laptops, tablets, and projectors for the ultimate streaming. Compute Ghana is delivering unbeatable deals, not just discount, but a chance to win 100-inch 4K smart TVs, mobile phones, laptops, and many more. Just purchase items 1,000 Ghana cedis and above, and automatically enter the raffle draw. Shop online at ComputeGhana.com. Call on 0302-752020. Go Rush season, the ultimate football experience, only at Compute Ghana.
It doesn't take much to protect what we love.
Sometimes it begins with prevention. Care is not always loud. It is attention, caution, and doing small things right.
Fire safety starts with me, being careful every day.
Good Conduct, Great Life is brought to you by
Indomie!
Tastes great.
More Kivo inside, more to share. Kivo Gari Soaking Mix, taste of Ghana.
Hey, Junior, you're the shitter.
Remember shit that your mama made. For home church.
Hey, Charlie, you bring home Joe. Nah, no bring home. So just a stop.
To school with Kenke. It's here, come chop to the
Enjoy homemade taste of shito, always with Didi Shito.
Stop taking all the shit on now.
Carefully selected ingredients, no preservatives, no colorants. Didi Shito, if you do need. This advert is FDA approved.
Another week is here on the greatest of all time show. My name is Giovanni Clip, and tonight we're bringing you talent. Contestant number 1, let's bring Baby Girl. Let's bring. You did it for you.
Cut. Oh, there is a leakage.
Where's the plumber? For quality and durability, insist on Syntex pipes.
If you want quality, this be where you belong.
Strong, tough, and reliable. Your perfect match to your trusted Syntex pipe. Syntex pipe, it they carry water, no wahala. Syntex pipe, it they make water they flow. Syntex, and you're strong, and you're tough. All right, welcome back to the show. Let's begin getting into what the papers are reporting and delving into our matters arising. Look, just briefly of the daily graphic. It says government mines seal historic gold pact. 30% large-scale production goes to gold board. First national disaster risk strategy underway, and bill to end witchcraft accusations under consideration. Local government minister. Daily Guide said I was not in prison for 15 days. NPP alleges. Wuntumi's lawyer urges court to defer judgment. That's there. No change in Apostle Kojo Safo's funeral date. Family. Herald editor jailed for contempt of court. And gold board, mine chamber signed 30% large scale gold purchase deal. Okay, let's end it there for all of us. And I introduce to you my guest, Fifi Boafo, is former head of public affairs at Cocoa Board. Fifi, good morning to you.
Good morning, Kojo.
Right. Wanda Victor Kuto, Esquire, is board member, VRA, and national executive member of the NDC. Wanda, good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
Oh, good.
Aspiring for
what?
National executive position.
National executive position.
Deputy National Communications, yeah.
I wonder why. I thought you would go for the big, they say you go for the job. Anyway.
This is my hand towers.
Professor Isaac Body is Executive Director, Institute of Economic Research and Public Policy. Prof, good morning.
Good morning.
Great. And Andrew Appiah-Dankwa Esquire is Director of Legal Affairs of the United Party. Good morning.
Good morning.
Timber Merchant. All good? Okay. All right. Oh, anyway, let's no. They grow and then they use it. Let's start with Central Oil Refinery expanding. We're asking, so with the expansion that is going on with Central,
What actually is in it for Ghana? I'll start with you, Prof, because that's your forte. Prof, what should be in it for Ghana? But just before you, let's look at a report on the Central Oil expansion.
I'm also happy to report that Explorco, which is the operating arm of GNPC, is poised to begin onshore drilling in the Voltairean Basin before the end of this year. And when I say onshore, it means on land. Offshore, so far all our discoveries have been offshore in the sea. We've discovered a lot of potential onshore, and so GNPC is going to, through Explorco, start drilling wells to explore that oil before the end of this year. The reset is about repositioning Ghana from a nation that primarily exports raw materials to one that processes, manufactures, refines, and creates value within its own borders. It is about ensuring that a greater share of the wealth generated from our natural resources remain in Ghana to create jobs, support businesses, build industries, and improve livelihoods. Whether it is crude oil, it is gold, bauxite, lithium, cocoa, or any agricultural produce, the future belongs to nations that move beyond the export of raw materials and embrace value addition. The future belongs to nations that refine, manufacture, and export their finished products. And this is why the expansion of Central Refinery is so important. It represents precisely the kind of investment Ghana needs at this stage of our development. It strengthens our industrial base, it deepens our energy value chains, it creates employment opportunities, it supports local industries, and it advances our broader objective of transforming Ghana into a modern industrial economy.
So that's on Central Refinery. We're asking what is in it for Ghana. Prof, start for me.
Yes, good morning, Kojo.
Let me say, today we don't have a lot of time, so let me see. I'm giving you 5 minutes on it.
If you have more time, don't worry. I'll give more time too. Good morning to your viewers again. It's timely. And these are conversations that we like to have anytime we wake up in the morning. New commissioning, projects, investment, capital outlays that will give benefit to the people we have. So when I watched the video yesterday, I was happy. And I wish, as a country, we keep having such development commissioning. I'm saying this just because of the area. It's found in the Volta region. That's right?
He says the Voltairean Basin is there, but the Central Refinery is in Tema. Just that they will use fuel that is made available to them from our fields.
Yeah. So I'm looking at the job creation. That people are going to be employed when finally it's operationalized. So I'm happy on the breadth, on the stretch of employment for the people that we have in our country. So that's one breadth. I've been championing one thing all the time: value addition. Value addition. Look at all the products we have as a country. Our cocoa, the bauxites. All these products are exported in the raw form. So if you have sent you that would a refinery to add value to what we do export, then it's a good thing. That we must all be happy and hope and pray that as a country we get a benefit out of this. You know, several times we have this breakthrough, but often end up in a negative way. And we don't see the benefit of such projects. So I've seen an investment of 1.9 billion or so invested into this whole project. I'm also concerned about the ownership structure of this whole transaction.
Well, Central is a private entity. Yes, that Ghana gives, last time they got some from the Jubilee. So it's Chinese owned, but in Ghana, so offering jobs to Ghanaians.
That is where I have a challenge, that we should, I don't know the details about this is a caution that We have seen several projects that do not end well sometime when we begin. I mean, it starts nice this way, and along the line, we keep having issues. So the ownership structure should be something that I should talk about, that we also need to watch carefully, that it doesn't end up in the normal thing that we know. So in terms of employment, in terms of value addition, I hope and pray that we get a benefit out of this refinery.
Okay, thank you very much. Apia.
Yeah, so let me wish you a lovely viewers a good morning. Wish my colleagues here a good morning. Always a pleasure. Yourself a good morning. It's been a while. I think without having the benefit of the details, on the face of it, and based on what I'm being told, I think this everything, and there's something or a step that is in line with something that we have been championing. That is steps to restructure the economy of this country from one that focuses on exporting raw materials to one that adds value. Because we all know that when you are talking about value addition, then you are talking about essentially a system that would cause massive creation of jobs. You understand? And also would also increase significantly the revenue that will be made available. Because, for instance, when you export raw bauxite, I think it's about $70 per ton. When you add just the small value to it, it shoots to almost $350. You understand? So yeah, I think it's in the right step. And if it's a small evidence of the reset, because my understanding of the reset means that there must be a reset of the reset as well. What's wrong with the word reset? There must be a reset of the economy from one that is Gajisbergen to one that would encourage value addition. And if there's just a small example evidence of that, I think is in line with our vision, the UP vision. A vision which is simply saying that let's transform our economy from a primary economy, an economy that just exploits and exports, to an enterprise economy. So it's a step in the right direction. And I agree also with Prof when he talks about the ownership structure of the company. So first, let me say that for me, I don't really care whether what's called capital inflows into Ghana is foreign or is local on the face of it. But I think that it is critical that we take serious steps to ensure that some of these big projects are done by Ghanaians. You understand?
How do you do that when it's about finance?
And that's where banks comes in. You see, so Bank of Ghana should use this power of money of regulation to find a way of compelling the banks to make available more financing to private enterprise to involve in big ticket projects. Because we know that one of the biggest problems we have here is capital flight. So if you have an economy where the commanding heights is being controlled by foreigners, then you have a danger of, let's say, having very big GDP, and yet it does not translate.
Exactly.
So it's about the banks. And I'm saying that Bank of Ghana has the power to use policy to compel the banks to invest more in Ghanaian businesses. So Ghanaians will be in a position to handle some of these big tickets projects. So there are so many vehicles, as in venture capitalists, you understand, or even government itself, using something like a government guarantee scheme, you understand, to back Ghanaian businesses to handle some of these big tickets.
But is this something you see governments willing to do?
Government must do it. You see, yourself, us, we should use the power we have. That is our mouth. You understand? But that's what the power we have, mouth. You understand? To find a way of driving a narrative that will compel government to find a way of making capital available to Ghanaian businesses to partake in some of these big ticket projects. It shouldn't be the case that all these big ticket projects are projects done by foreigners. And so then you'll be in danger of having very beautiful books, GDP high and all, but it does not translate beyond the job creation, but into real wealth creation amongst Ghanaians. So, it's a good step, and I hope is evidence of more to come. I'm saying that it will be completed if we find a way of making capital available to Ghanaian businesses to partake in.
All right. I would love to see that happening because I'm a business person. So if government says I'm picking you to make you big, I don't love it.
What's the problem?
Jose, it will be a good thing. Let me bring you in.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good morning to my big brothers here and to our cherished viewers. I think currently Central is doing about 40,000 barrels
a day.
I think with this expansion, they will be doing additional 60,000.
Yeah.
So clearly, now, once the expansion is complete, we'll have 100,000 barrels a day. I'm of the view that, look, the complacency, the monopoly of toll kind of led to the drop of toll over the years. And clearly, not to do politics, but the mismanagement that we saw during the past 8 years, that the MPP also led to the downfall of toll. So bringing Central expansion definitely will put toll on its toe. Toll will no longer have that monopoly when it comes to refinery. So it's good. It's a good omen. And indeed, the Honourable Minister, the Honourable John Abdullah Jinapo, clearly indicated that when the expansion is complete, the jobs will be created from about 800 to 1,500 jobs will be created. And in this era where we have a lot of people, remember when this oil and gas started coming under the Akufo era, a lot of people started doing oil and gas courses, masters. I know my brother here will attest to this fact. Most people started doing oil and gas courses and all of that. What is it?
You're inviting him.
So clearly, with this expansion, people will have the opportunity to also apply and then get employment within the energy space. But another issue that we should look at, we see natural resources in this country have turned out to become more like a curse to us. You see, if you look at gold and how we struggle to get to all these natural resources, and then we end up exporting them. And this item value is added on it out there, and we now import them back to this country, and we put pressure on our cedi. Look at the exchange rates at the time. I don't want to do politics this morning, but I just want to talk about the fact. At the time people were living power, exchange rate at a point was almost 17 Ghana cedi. It's all because Ghana, the production wasn't there. So if value is being added to our natural resources in Ghana, it's good. It's good. It's good. And let me acknowledge, that Central is not a new company. It, in fact, started under the MPP.
Yes.
And that I must.
So that shows the continuous nature of one government started, another is improving it.
For me, I always stick to facts. It's not a new company. It started under the MPP, I believe under the one district, one factory. Then DC have come. We've also cushioned them, and now they are expanding under their phase 2. So it's really a good thing. But like I said, our natural resources must not be a curse to this country. We are here, even rains, because of our attitude, not having drains and all of that. Today, even rains has become more or less like a curse. When it's rain, we are all afraid, flooding and all of that. So my view that is good. Jobs will be created. There will be energy security, value addition. Toll will be competitive. Toll will be on its toes. But we should just make sure that all of this, our natural resources does not become a curse to us. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Yes. Thanks, Kojo. So let me start with the politics my brother was doing and then some of the political jabs he was throwing. First, it is not true that at the time the MPP was leaving power, exchange rate was 17.
No, I said at the point. I didn't say when you. I said at the point within your regime.
You inherited exchange rate which was not 17.
Yes, that's okay.
So that you deal with facts. So that's just.
No, I said at the point.
I just want to correct
within your 8 years at the point.
So at the point doesn't mean that's what you inherited. Facts. So let's also proceed. And he talked about mismanagement of toll and all that.
Yes.
He should also know that at the time the MPP took over, TOR was not a company that was functioning.
No, it was functioning actually.
In 2017?
Yes, at the time we took.
That's not true. That's not true. Tor was a company that was suffering.
We had about 7 MDs.
Please, you made your point, so let's indulge me.
Go ahead.
So it is also a fact that it was MPP that came to mismanage Tor. Tor was already a company suffering. I admit that Tor in recent times has seen some improvement, and that's what we're all expecting. But do not say that it was the mismanagement of the MPP that collapsed Tor. That's also not fact. I was also wondering where he was coming from with this conversation about a lack of competition, and that is why Tor was not performing well. But I will leave that one and then come back to the substantive issues. So yes, it's a good thing that we as a country, we are adding value. But this value addition, for me, the most important bit is about employment creation. And I was looking for the figures as to how we can create jobs. That's something I'm very passionate about. We have a population that in Accra, for example, if you meet 2 young people, one of them is unemployed.
Yeah.
Indeed, it has gotten worse under the NDC. It has gotten worse under the NDC. If you meet 2 young people in Accra, one of them is unemployed. And so that is statistical service data. So it is not what I think and what you think. It is data. 2 young people, one of them is unemployed. And that is a threat to us as a country. So if you see things like this, creating employment, I think it is commendable, and all of us must be happy about it. My understanding is that we'll be creating about 1,000 jobs. And let me state that this is not the creation of the NDC. Yes, government has taken over. Everything in the country is part of the governance process. But I went to the website of Century Oil, just tried to understand who this company is and where they've come from. Interestingly, this company came in 2008. 2008, when President Kojo was the president of our country. But then if you fast forward, in 2018, that was when they completed their ceramic tile factory in June 2018. In 2019, they acquired 100-acre land for the construction of an oil refinery in Tema. This was done in 2019. In 2020, the arrival of the refinery component and the commencement of the refinery construction. In 2021, clearance from the Environmental Protection Agency, EPA of Ghana. In 2019, so 2021, clearance for EPA. 2022, license by the MPA. 2022, expected date for the completion of phase 1, that is the 40,000. December 2022, expected date for the production of first oil. 2024, expected year of the completion of phase 2, that's the 80,000, and among other things. So clearly, this is not the creation of the NDC. This is something that has been there, and they have been working under the MPP, and this is what we see today. I'm not saying that the MPP should take credit for this one, but for those who try to do politics with this, it's just to make the point that this is a company the MPP at least gave them the opportunity to establish. And that is the benefit we see today, at least to create some jobs. At the time where we were promised that we were going to see 133, and the 133 has failed.
No, it hasn't failed.
Have you employed anybody who is doing 133?
Just finish the legal framework.
No, legal framework.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I'm grateful. Let's move on to the other issues. Now, editor of Herald newspaper sentenced. You're asking, is that fair justice? Andy, start for me. The contempt case, yeah.
So we ought to understand that fairness, what is fair has to be...
But let me say, I'm giving you 3 minutes.
Within the confines of the law.
Okay.
Yeah, you understand. We understand that we ought to recognize that rights, media rights, right to speak, law have been granted us in the Constitution. And these are rights that are affected. You understand? They are affected by the feta, also the creation of the law. Now, when you go into the facts of the case, he's been what's called sentenced, as in he's been put behind bars for 7 days.
Yeah.
For
contempt.
And here the contempt here simply is that the court gave an order. He had notice of the order.
Yeah.
And he flouted the order. Now, if indeed it is true that there was an order and he flouted, then I think the court has also. If he knew of the order, I think that was a major contention. His argument was that he don't know of the order. Then he don't know of the order, and yet he went to court, a court of appeal. There was a notice of appeal.
And if you read the judgment, the judge makes it clear that the lawyer was in court the day that judgment was being given. So
you see, I've heard a lot of, kickback by your friends in the media. But in my opinion, one of the biggest problems we are facing in this country is a fundamental lack of respect for the law. Yeah, you understand? And so far as the judge hasn't flouted any law, and per the judge's opinion, he feels that, or he thinks that he has to put Dogbey in for 7 days. You understand? For disrespecting the orders of the court. For me, because of its impact, the deterrent nature of such a judgment, I do not see the unfairness.
But doesn't it have the potential to then gag people, journalists especially, from doing their work?
No, so he's being punished not for what he said. He's being punished for flouting the orders of the court.
Yes.
We need to
but the order was don't publish, isn't it?
No, so there was an injunction.
Yes.
Okay, so if you have an issue with the order, go on appeal. You understand? But so far as the court has granted an order, and there's no stay of execution, you understand, of that order, and the appeal has not, what's it called, more or less
been sustained. The appeal against.
Yeah. Respect the court's order and challenge that order. You understand? But we are not a lawless country where, because I disagree with the orders of the court, I said I won't respect it.
But the question is that won't people use the court to prevent journalists from doing their work?
No. That's not the issue. That is not the issue at all. You see, we have a court. If you have an issue with somebody, the law is saying that don't take the law into your own hands. Court. Now, we may disagree with the court. It's similar to the what's called the Afeni-Makin case. When Afeni-Makin made a press conference, and we condemned Afeni-Makin. We don't condemn it because we agreed with the judge's judgment. You have said here that it's agreed with the judge's judgment. You understand? So the issue was not about the judge's orders. The issue is where you disagree with an order of the court. Does it lie in your mouth to say, because I disagree, and without having recourse to the system that the law, the Constitution itself has created, you have a right to disobey the orders of the court because you disagree with it? No. So the court has given orders. In fact, the call against the order is legit one. But there are avenues within the court structure to deal with it. So use those structures. But one of those recourses does not include you flouting the orders of the court. What kind of society would we create? If you all say that, listen, the court has made a certain order, I disagree vehemently with the order, and it does not matter the strength of your disagreement or the extent of the departure from what you know to be law. In the same law that we are talking about, avenues have been granted for us to challenge orders of the court. Use those avenues. Challenging orders of the court does not include flouting it. I'm saying that to the extent that in this country we do not respect the law, because that's one of the biggest issues. To the extent we do not respect the orders of the court, because the court is a creation of the people, of the sovereign, and they do justice in the name of the people. Yes, and the Constitution has given avenues to challenge mistakes of the court. It does not include disrespecting because if the court sits down and allows this flagrant disrespect, then anybody at all can say, listen, if the court says something and I agree, I won't obey it. So to that extent, I do not think that 7 days, I do not think it is unfair. Because all of us as Ghanaians must agree that we are going to allow the law to work. You understand? And allowing the law to work includes respecting and being faithful to the avenues the law itself has created for us to address our disagreements with orders of the court. Okay. And so let's segregate the issues well. For me, I don't think this issue is an issue that borders on a gag on free speech.
Okay. I
see there's more of an issue bordering on contempt. Do you have the court gave orders? If you disagree, you respect the order for now. You use the system the law has created to challenge the order, but not to say that because I disagree with the orders of the court, I'm not going to obey it.
Okay, all right. Another lawyer, Kojo.
Thank you, Kojo. I will start by reading out Article 1912.
Okay.
It says that Clause 11 of this article shall not prevent a superior court from punishing a person for contempt of itself, notwithstanding that the act or omission constituting the contempt is not defined in a written law and the penalty is not so prescribed. I'll also read Article 1262. It says that the superior court shall be superior court of record and shall have the power to commit for contempt to themselves and all such powers as were vested in a court of record immediately before the coming into force of this constitution. Yeah. So clearly, these two provisions means that superior court have inherent jurisdiction to punish persons for contempt. You see, when a court order is given, until you go on appeal for it to be set aside or varied, you must obey. And the reasons why we have contempt is to ensure that the administration of justice and judicial authority is protected.
But the bone of, the Larry's point is that he was not aware of that.
I'll give you the ingredient of contempt. I'll come to that. Ingredient of contempt. What will make contempt suffice? One, there must be a valid subsisting injunction. And what we are talking about, notice. The editor had proper notice of the injunction.
Also.
The order. And then, now I'm telling you the ingredient.
Okay.
And then 3, that the editor deliberately continued the prohibited publication. So issue of notice is very key. Issue of notice is very key. For the court to have come out with this punishment for him, I take it that he had full notice. Unless, of course...
The judge said there were 3 avenues they asked the contempt notice to be published. One was in a newspaper. Another was on the notice board of the court. Another was through the WhatsApp of the company. And they gave the numbers, 2 numbers. And when you read the judgment, when Larry came to court, the appellant's lawyer asked him, is this your number? He says, this number is the company lawyer, everybody is going to. And then he mentioned another number. He said, is that your number? He said, yeah, that's my personal number. Once, and according to the judgment, once he agreed that these were, and in the judgment of the injunction, these numbers were given that pass the judgment through WhatsApp to these numbers, and you confirm that it's yours, then of course, he deemed that
they've even gone far.
They had gotten it.
Ghana, we have subsistence service. Look, notice, there are cases to show that notice must not even mean that you have actually seen it.
Yeah.
Once it's published, there's the presumption.
You are deemed to have.
Yes.
Okay.
There's a presumption that you have seen it. And for a person like Larry, is caliber in the society, it will be very difficult for him to say that he has no notice of this. I mean, let's be very factual. But for me, I believe also in proportionality. You see, the issue, a custodial sentence, doesn't warrant a custodial sentence. Maybe a substantial fine would serve the purpose. An apology, a suspended sentence. I mean, proportionality is also important when you talk about justice. Larry, as somebody who has distinguished himself over the years, so if on one occasion we ask ourselves that the punishment is it proportional? You need to look at the circumstance as a whole. So I feel like maybe an apology, a public apology, a substantial fine, we should have prevailed. My plea is that we shouldn't see this as the court versus the media, or government versus the media or journalists. It's about strengthening our democratic institution.
Okay.
The government must be able to enforce lawful orders without fear or favor, and also the media must enjoy robust constitutional protection, pursuant to Article 162 of the 1992 Constitution.
How would we enjoy this protection when the court is injuncting the newspaper?
Yeah, that's why. Of course, journalists must also act responsibly. It's very important. That's why I'm saying that proportionality is key.
Okay.
Yes, you may find somebody contempt of the court, but the punishment should not always be custodial sentence.
Is there any remedy for Larry?
Like I said, he can go on appeal to challenge the decision of the court. But like I said, going forward, if such issues should pop up, maybe a public apology will suffice. You understand? Rather than even a fine will also be helpful. Rather than saying the person should go and serve a custodial sentence.
Okay, all right, yeah.
Thanks, Kojo. Let me say that this can be considered hazards of the job as a journalist or as a media person, and you do not wish to go through this, serving a custodial sentence for undertaking a job. So it is not what you expect, but there are laws, there are rules, and you cannot say as a citizen you will not obey. I realize, if you read the judgment, you realize that he was trying to say that, well, what he published was actually something that was defaming the person, and he was only reporting what
they had.
So it is not to say that he has set out to defame the person. And then even if you read the previous injunction application that was granted, it was to say that you are prevented from publicizing or publishing things about the person that seeks to defame the person. And his argument is that since what he was publishing was only facts, and it was not an action that was seeking to defame the person. I believe that as journalists, I believe as media people, we must be guided no matter how passionate we are about an issue. Because you realize that it was clear that, yes, he's aware. It has been sent to his phone, just as the court records indicated. His lawyer was in court. The expectation was that his lawyer would inform him that this is the decision of the court. And then the expectation was that he would be guided. It's unfortunate. You do not wish to see a fellow media person or a journalist going to jail as a result of performing this role. But it's important we are guided. And it's sad that he finds himself in this situation. I have read somewhere that his lawyers would appeal the ruling. Let's see what comes out of it. But it's a caution to all of us. People will also not take it kindly that you are attacking their reputation. People will also take it kindly that they feel that you have a deliberate agenda against them and you want to bring down their reputation in the eyes of right-thinking members of society. They will seek to protect their reputation, just like Reparatory has done. But I think that maybe our colleague would have been more guided and not get to a state where, despite the injunction, he will still proceed to publish stories about the gentleman to land him in this situation. It's unfortunate, but that's the law.
But how do we ensure that people do not use the same courts, the same law, to sort of prevent the journalists from doing their work? Yeah, we've all said around this table that the law is the law. When the court had given the judgment, the person should have, gone by the decision of the court. But if I want to publish a story, I have the fact, and because it's about you run to the court and the court prevents me from doing it. Wouldn't people exploit that particular opening to ensure that then we are not able to publish anything?
I get the fear that, well, it would suppress media work. But because the media also has the right to appeal such decisions, I do not think that the mere fact that you go to court completely stops the media house from working. Okay. The media also have the right to appeal the decision or to make the point to the court that, well, the decision to injunct me from proceeding, it's in the interest of the country. And the court will listen to the facts of the case and make a determination. It's not just mere fact that the moment you run to court, the court will just grant the injunction. There are injunction applications that have been sent to court that have been denied. So it is not automatic that the mere fact that you go to court, the court will injunct you. So no, it doesn't completely stop the media. I know that it's an extra cost to the media to be fighting these battles in court, but it also has to do with the reputation of other people. Okay. Kojo, you know what? We media people sometimes feel that, well, the fact that we believe the public must know something, so we must be given the liberty to do what we wish to do. But bear in mind, it also has to do with reputation of the people involved. Okay. Because yes, I feel strongly about a story, yes, I have the information, let me go out there. You may say that you have a right to also air your side of the story. But the point is that how many people will go and read the rebuttals? How many people also read the responses? So let us not think that the mere fact that we have a responsibility to publish stories, we also do not take into consideration the people involved in the story. When you are at the receiving end of those negative publications, you will also understand that, yes, there's the need for us to also be careful what we say about other people in the public domain.
All right, okay. Prof, where do you stand on this?
When I heard the judgment, I was waiting to hear the reaction from the association. We all belong to associations and groups. The statement that I read was the fact that it was unfortunate from the president or so, and then said they are monitoring the space to see what the association they'll be able to do. But I see, in terms of rule of law, court orders must be respected at all costs. And injunctions are not optional. In terms of press freedom, reporting on a petition, for me, is a core journalism. Reporting on a petition on the file by Attorney General and all that, it's a core journalism. I see newspaper editors as a night watchman. And a powerful citizen gets up and say that I have an order that you cannot shout or announce a fire, close my building. And the newspaper editor is jailed because he did that. Who does the law serve better? And lawyers are here. There's a fire, he announces, and he's jailed. The law will serve better. I don't know, but we can judge. Ghana, we have walked this path before. Somewhere in 1999, press, there was a columnist, a free press. The Rawlings-led administration some years ago about criminal libel law, Kokuba Akon, Tommy Thompson, Ebuk Kweku, and the rest have walked the path before. It's more of a criminal libel law. Now, it's contempt. I'm worried about the pattern. I'm worried about the pattern here. Because yesterday we're talking about criminal libel law. It's not repealed. So today is an issue about contempt. So I'm equally worried about the pattern when the freedom of speech is tested in Ghana. We keep having different measurements. And that's where my concern is on. The other thing that I want us to look at is the measurement, how we measure justice in our country here. And if you check, the measurement of justice is not only about whether the law was technically applied. No, the measurement of justice is not only when the law was technically applied, but whether the law, as applied, served the collective good. If it's applied, is it serving our interests or not? So I see that free press is not, for me, a privilege. It's not. The free press is not a privilege. But then we also need to find out as its contribution to our democracy. That's more important thing that we need to focus about.
Okay.
When editor goes to jail because reported on a petition filed by CID and Attorney General, I think citizens must also ask questions. Who are these institutions accountable to? Who are they accountable to?
All right.
If a citizen, a journalist goes to jail because he reported on a petition filed by the CID and then Attorney General, we all need to ask questions. Who are these institutions accountable to? So we just have to respect the court of this and ensure that when we are reporting on issues, we are circumspect. We are very careful how we report on court or issues. But the injunctions, for me, are not optional. You can't decide to say, I will obey or not.
Okay.
They are not.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Let's now talk about Sedina, whether she is freed or behind bars. What are the facts? Kojo.
The question again.
Say again?
Yeah, the question again.
Sedina, is she behind bars or she's freed? What are the facts?
Oh, where is she? Where is she?
I'm giving you 3 minutes on this. No, 2 minutes.
Three.
Time.
So he's going to tell us where she is.
Okay, so 3 minutes. Let's go.
When she answered, that ends the story.
The interior
where she is and where she's been since she got to Ghana.
The interior minister have answered this question. I mean, he made it clear. Normally in this country, when people are convicted, you don't go and this person is in here or here. But basically, the fact of the matter is that she's serving her sentence. She's serving her sentence
in jail.
Of course. I understand she's appeal. She's going on appeal. I do not know what the court will say to that, but she's serving her sentence. For NDC as a government,
But why was she only taken to the prison a day before yesterday?
Oh, you see that when females, sometimes they do medical examination, the law allows that. I mean, I do not have the fact why she went to prison just a day before yesterday. But the fact of the matter is that when a female is convicted, there are some medical examinations that are undertaken. But to make it clear, if you talk about an administration that believes in the fight of corruption, that believes in the enforcement of rules, regulations, and the laws, clearly it's the NDC government. This is not we had prosecuted our own in the past. You remember the Honorable Amgapeli, you understand? So after the NDC, we are not going to, as people are speculating on social media.
So since she was brought in the country, all the day she spent outside before yesterday, she was going through medical examination?
No, I have just said that when persons are convicted...
they do. They undergo medical examination.
She was tried in absentia.
Yes, and I'm saying that since she arrived...
She started the process.
But majority of it was in absentia.
Yes.
So my question is that since...
She didn't even...
So since she returned to Ghana,
and all of that,
she had to undergo medical examination. So the only day she was taken to prison was a day before
I'm just
yesterday.
pointing out the law to you.
Okay.
I'm just pointing out the law to you. As to whether that applied to her specifically, honestly, I do not have that fact. But I'm just pointing the law to you. Now, when it comes to females, the law treats them differently.
Okay.
The law treats them differently. When you convict a female, you don't just take the person to jail. No. Some medical examination is undertaken. And you ask that why is it that since she returned to Ghana from the US, she only went to prison some 2 days ago. And I'm telling you that there's the possibility that this medical examination was being undertaken. You get a point. But just to let you know that the NDC government will not do anything to undermine the very laws, rules and regulation and the fight of corruption that we've always talked about. Okay. The oral, you see the oral, the oral. I don't know why he's talking about. I don't know why he's laughing.
Rap for me. Let me move around the table.
You know, who to me has issued a plea bargaining, begging that he want to refund money to the state. We want to refund money to the state and all of that. I mean, it's okay. It's okay. If it's the custodial center he's scared of and want to bring money back to the state, why not? Why not? Thank you.
I'm grateful. Yeah, Fifi. You take 2 minutes.
5 minutes. Thank you.
2 minutes.
Oh, no, thank you.
Time.
So, the NDC do not believe in the fight against corruption. They don't.
Why do you say so?
At all.
You say that?
Because if they do, what we are witnessing in this country would not be what it is. The NDC is actually practicing an animal farm situation in Ghana. First class, second class citizens. Said in Tamaklo. Just imagine Ken Akufo-Addo being brought to Ghana. He has not been sentenced. He has not been found guilty of any offense. Just mere fact that Ken Akufo-Addo is in Ghana. Imagine, just like the day he came in, Sedinam came in, if it was Ken Akufo-Addo who came in that day, imagine what would have happened that day. I am certain that almost every TV station, every blogger or vlogger would have been there with cameras to capture Ken Akufo-Addo, somebody who has not been sentenced. But what happened? Government came and told us that, said in Tamaklo.
This is speculative.
It's not speculative. It's something that would have happened. We know you. What happened to you then? Somebody was even going to court in US. There were cameras to capture him and then publish it in Ghana. So what wouldn't have happened in Ghana if he was here? Anyway, let me proceed. I have a very limited time. So here we are told by government communication that, she's been brought in. Where was she? Then Felix Kwachu was now telling us that he does not speak for the prison service, so he will not be able to tell us where she was. Was Felix Kwachu not speaking for Ghana Airport Company? When a supposed drug was arrested at the airport, why was he at the time the spokesperson for Ghana Airport Company? But this time round, conveniently, government communication didn't want to talk about it. It took series of pressure from people. Before yesterday, the minister came and said, now, he didn't say now, but admittedly, he said, the woman is in prison custody. Really? Bear in mind, prior to that, Franklin Kojo had come to tell us that, the woman is under house arrest.
But what Franklin said, Franklin said had no basis.
Indeed.
Had no basis.
But it was something for us to ask further questions. Was she indeed under house arrest? You know what? The president who was arrested by US and then sent to Maduro.
Yeah, the Venezuela.
Don't you know where Maduro is? Maduro. He was a president too. Don't you know the prison he's serving is there?
Do you know where every convicted person in this country, do you know where they are?
Especially this is somebody who was going through a trial, told the court that I'm not feeling well, so I'm going to America to seek medical attention. She ran away. We did not know her whereabouts. It took the marshals to arrest her.
Okay, all right.
Brought her back into this country. Brought her into this country. And now, government officials are dilly-dallying with giving information. Do not forget, this is happening at the time when the NDC took over. They have decided that every single NDC person who was facing trial has either wait a minute. There have been either a withdrawal filed by
time is up.
Good. Either there's been a withdrawal or a knowledge prosecution has been filed by the Attorney General. I'm talking about John Mahama as president of.
He started under John Mahama 1.
John Mahama as president of this republic.
Their belief, which they have demonstrated for all of us to see, is that no NDC person must be punished.
Oh, that cannot be the case. We took on our own. Under Mahama 1, we took on our own.
Should I go through that?
Thank you very much.
We took on our own.
Opuli, if they are not far, go through which NDC person was going through prosecution that you allowed him to go through the prosecution. You do not believe in that. So clearly, if you do not believe in prosecuting people, why would you believe in letting said in Tamaklu stay in jail?
Neonatal was the clearing agent. Neonatal became a clearing agent in this country.
What is more? Neonatal became a clearing agent. People have not been sent to court.
I can leave them for you. Neonatal became a clearing agent.
This is not NDC. You're not listening to me.
Australia.
This is not NDC.
Charlie, you have given me your time. Allow me to continue.
I didn't give you my time. I think
Neonatal became a clearing agent.
Your question was the whereabouts of the lady, right?
What is the fact?
Sedna. Yeah. And I was wondering whether Wanda understood the question very well.
I won't answer the question. Continue.
I don't think. Because he brought in Ora, was talking a wound to me, so I was a bit worried because there was a very simple question. The location. Because I don't see why we bring Ora into this. So.
No, just to let you know our commitment to the fight against corruption.
No, but he was asking a simple question.
No, I answered the question.
He is in the government, so he probably will be able to tell us the location.
But the prison service.
The problem is not about whether we like or dislike her. It's about facts and court orders. That's all. The issue about facts and court orders. A case has been tried, sought permission, went outside, came back. Why we are confused? Because when something happened in our country, we are able to take pictures and photographs and all. For this particular case, do you know the specific location of this person? Have you seen the photographs?
So your concern is the photograph?
No, I'm saying that. You see, that is where we are confused. Yeah. The moderator wouldn't have asked this question. Because when someone is returned from a country, you're able to know the location. If the person has been going through medicals, for how many days, how many weeks must someone go through which facility in Ghana here? So where does this location? So when we are now receiving communication directing the country where this person could be found, all of us, we keep asking questions. We will ask questions. Because if it's in someone, we should know. And by now, our media people, they would have taken, and that would have taken the burden off your shoulders in providing details about the location. So people have not. So who is the director of prison service? Very simple.
The CJ's wife.
I'm confused. Why are you confused?
You see how he conveniently said the CJ's wife. She's been in the prison service for a very long time.
I'm only giving facts. Which is facts.
So you see, generally, you see, we are a country of laws, and we've been crying that we should allow institutions to work. So generally, when it comes to issues post-conviction, where there's a custodial sentence, and the institution that is responsible ought to be the prisons. However, because of the nature of this case, because of our fight against corruption, because of the extent to which corruption is destroying this country, and particularly because of our commitment to the principle that says that justice must not only be served, it must manifestly be seen to be served. My personal view is that there was a responsibility on the state to at least make transparent issues that borders on what's called the service of the punishment of Sednam. And here, when I say government, I mean all the institutions of government also. So prisons service ought to have at least told the people of Ghana. And I'm saying this because of the interest in this case. I think prison service and government I feel in that regard, like I said, in the spirit of justice must not only be done, must manifestly be seen to be done, and because of the high interest nature of this case. You understand? And because of all the others that are coming. Because, like Fifi said, and it's not like he said,
the day that Ken comes in, the big jamboree in this country. And it's not because of the white calico handkerchief, you understand? So it's not like he said. So that whether it's going to happen, you understand? Because
you don't believe how?
Oh, we don't understand why there should be a whole $97 million, a whole $97 million. And we don't have.
But that's not what you don't know.
No, I'm not saying this. It's about the corruption. It's not about, sometimes it's about, and that's what I'm saying with the Salem case. Because of the fight against corruption. You understand? There's a burden on government to at least tell us.
Okay.
You understand?
All right.
And I'm saying that in the same spirit of our fight against corruption, the day that Ken finally comes, you should expect to see white calico.
Yeah. Okay.
You understand?
All
you should see some jamboree. And it has something to do with on the day that and last statement.
I'm grateful.
And please, attorney, I know that you've already started. This plea bargain on Chimawun to me, it is very distasteful. This plea bargain.
Well, lawyer, don't you believe in law anymore?
No.
Listen
now. I'm saying my view.
But hold on.
Please,
the plea bargain is with his deal with the.
Yes.
Yeah. If he's going to pay back the money, what is that?
No, because of the corruption. Listen,
but why isn't that the law?
Listen. The law. Listen. You see, there's avenue of civil action as far as retrieving the money is concerned. They can go by that. Yes. They can go. And in fact, and also on the premise that you should not be allowed to benefit from criminal proceeds. You can get that money, but in the spirit of deterrence, also the extent to which
the criminal component
has become endemic in this country.
Okay.
We reject and we condemn in no certain terms this attempt plea bargain.
But we are not talking about that.
But I'm just making a point of corruption.
You talk about send the name who has been sent.
I've spoken about
that is what you are supposed to talk about.
I've spoken about that.
Now, to me is begging.
I've spoken about sending them. I'm saying that
and that is the topic. So to me is not the topic.
Also about corruption.
Now, to me is
not the topic.
And the MPP support the fight against corruption.
Now, to me is begging.
Have your own questions and answer them.
You want to have their question and answer them? If he had his own question and answer. He said, what's called, the brother Ken, he answered Ken.
But he is
also trying to show the point. What I'm saying against corruption is also illustrates that we are committed to fighting and you are not committed to fighting against corruption.
But when someone asks of a location, it shouldn't degenerate into this. A location. Where is the person?
That's what they should tell us. But I'm just telling Fifi, my brother. I'm just telling Fifi, my brother, that there will be a jamboree.
I believe in what Frank Kojo said. I believe in what Frank
believe in everything in what Japan.
You want to say something?
Yes, you had asked that.
But Prof was supposed to.
Oh, he's finished.
No, you give us a few minutes.
Allow Prof.
I gave you.
No, you were. Have you answered your question?
Which question?
No location.
But if he knew, and if you all knew,
very soon.
No. If he knew, and if you all knew,
people have a national chairman.
No. But if
people have a national chairman who probably will be operating from working from prison. But you were asking about Kennedy in Japan.
Yes,
you asked about Kennedy in Japan. And people want to sack him
because of time.
And people will sack him.
So
NPP's matter is on board. That's the major issue in Ghana right now.
He doesn't want to talk about it.
The major. No, we are just and then
the poor
just put their flag
NPP has become a violent party
and ensure that we don't discuss it.
Poor attitude on people.
When we talk about violence,
the poor
the poor are the people
right now
becoming violent.
There's no party as violent as
becoming violent.
There's no party in Ghana
becoming violent.
Okay, gentlemen.
NPP are becoming violent. No intellectual.
But
NPP are becoming violent in this country. And you yesterday, look at what happened at Alisa. NPP are becoming violent.
Oh, please,
NPP are becoming violent.
Please, let me invite just one like you.
NPP are becoming violent.
Today is the birthday of one of our very loving colleagues here at Joy News. I mean, look, this is a woman who comes to work, plays her part, never engages in give her the work, she'll do it without asking questions. Hannah Odame. Oh, Hannah, Auntie Hannah, you are loved. You are really loved because I've been in this newsroom. I came to meet you But you never quarrel, you never ask any question. When you are given the role, you perform it and you move on. And by that, I tell you what, I love you so much, Sister Hannah. Hannah Odame, happy birthday to you. May the good Lord bless you. From all of us on the AM show and Joy News, we say God bless you for who you are. May He continue to elevate you beyond bounds. Hannah Odame, once again, happy birthday to you. So thanks to you, Professor Bwedi is Dean of Accounting, Faculty of Accounting and Finance, UPSA. Apia Dankwa is the Director of Legal at UP. Lawyer Kuto is board member of VRA and also a National Executive Committee member of the NDC, vying for the Deputy Communications Director of the NDC. Officer of the NDC. And then
Fifi officers, national executive and directors.
Fifi Buafo is a former corporate affairs head at Cocoa Board. Well, this is it. We'll take a break here. We will return with much more here on the show. But you know what, Global Prayer Work Summit 2026. When men pray, heaven responds is coming up. Prayer still works, and this is your invitation to experience the power of prayer. Join the Archbishop Nicholas Duncan William and other anointed servants of God at the Action Chapel International Prayer Cathedral, Spintex Road, from Wednesday 15 July to Friday 17th July. The Wednesday service starts at 5:30 p.m. Thursday 16 July features a morning service at 9 a.m. and an evening service at 5:30 p.m. Then on Friday, 17 July, join the morning service at 9 a.m. followed by a powerful mega all night at 10 p.m. Come, expect powerful encounters under the theme Enforcing Victory. This event is free, but registration is required. Simply dial *426*29# *426*29# on all local networks or register online via GPWS registration page. Don't miss GPWS Accra 2026. Come and enforce your victory through prayer. Prayer still works. That's it. We'll take a break here. We'll be back with much more. Do stay.
So this strategy will lead.
Oh no, not again.
Sir, relax. The generator will come on now.
The generator is not working.
Why stress yourself when the experts are just one tap away? Introducing Left Power, the smart emergency support app from Left Signature Limited. With Left Power, certified engineers respond fast, anytime, anywhere. No delays, no stories.
Hello, sir. This is Left Signature Limited. The request has been received and our engineers are already on their way. Please relax. We've got you covered.
This is professional. Every Left expert is certified, verified, and can be tracked in real time. Oh, you'll know they're coming before they even arrive. From electrical engineering and solar power systems to data center management, cloud services, smart automation, and software development, Left Signature delivers excellence, fast, reliable, and professional. Left Power.
Your solution is just one tap away.
Available on Play Store and App Store.
Prayer invites God. Prayer is an invitation, and it's a divine summons that summonses God to step in the affairs of men.
What this conference has done for me is indescribable.
Now let the angels who excel in strength, who do his command, who hearken to the voice of his word, let them go to war and to work on my behalf. I say so. I am the Redeemer of the Lord.
And at the end, he said, you will testify. And I felt something shift.
I went back home and I couldn't sleep. It was like the prayer was locked up in my spirit.
Prayer is a weapon of enforcement. Enforcing what has been done. Praying about the same thing over and over and over and over and over again. That is not unbelief. That is enforcing the word, enforcing the will of God. superimposing the will of God over the forces of evil.
Everywhere the summit is, I will be there.
It doesn't matter what. Prayer still works. Put your hands together, shout yes.
Cadbury Hot Chocolate. Crafted from cocoa, milk, and sugar. Creamy, chocolatey, frothy goodness, rich taste, so satisfying.
Cadbury goodness, the treat you deserve every day.
Welcome to Sulas Enterprise, the shop that deals in industrial machinery such as generators, rice millers, water pumps, compressors, and mowers. From the smallest to the largest capacity, at Sulas Enterprise, we give you nothing but the best from the best brands such as Honda and Perkins. When it comes to our generators, we also sell mowers coming from brands like Honda, Briggs and Straton, and Oleuma. And when it comes to our water pumps, we offer you brands like Lily, Prudin, and Pedrolo water pumps. We also sell rice millers for all capacities. We are located at Spintex, Kakalika Plaza. Also, find our various locations as displayed on screen, or call us on the following numbers: 0243-839-463 or 0554-154-416 or 0240-541-493.
Sulas Enterprise, where quality meets affordability.
We are on a journey to making home ownership a reality. See where we are heading to. Our development by Nestus Homes is thoughtfully designed with eco-friendliness in mind, creating a modern and sustainable living environment. We are pleased with the progress so far, with several customers already booking their units in this growing community. A gated community located in a prime location in Tamakomtu 26 offers you comfort, serenity, and access to major amenities, giving you the perfect balance of lifestyle, convenience, and investment options. This development provides not just a beautiful place to live, but also a valuable long-term investment opportunity. Take a look at our completed homes as we continue to bring this vision to life. We are gradually taking shape, and you still have the opportunity to be part of this elegant gated community. Reserve your unit today and secure a lifetime of comfort, value, and investment growth. Call and book a free viewing now with the numbers below.
Now let me tell you why you should choose Safari Valley as your conference destination.
The new conference building combines modern amenities with the tranquility of nature, providing the perfect backdrop for your next seminar and corporate retreat.
The only conference destination with so many activities. You don't have to travel to visit your tennis club, the gym, or the stables. They have it all.
Enjoy this rooftop viewing deck, basking in the sunlight with the sight of wild animals roaming freely in their natural habitat.
At my break, I'm able to practice my putting.
It's a unique experience that sparks creativity and rejuvenates the mind.
Visit Safari Valley Eco Resort in Ghana, bringing you closer to nature.
All right, this is the AM show, and you know what? I'm going to have a conversation with someone. Okay, look, in our big story today, we discuss climate change and Ghana's agricultural prospect, strategies, and adaptations. Now, I mean, we've seen it. Things have changed now. The way the sun shines is different. The rainfall pattern has changed. And today, as we speak, there are rising temperatures in UK and several parts of Europe. Extreme weather events continue to threaten agricultural productivity and food security. So as Ghana pushes for sustainable growth in the sector, what practical adaptation measures are needed to build resilience and protect livelihoods? Well, joining us for this very important conversation, we have Dr. Ebenezer Kojo Siabi, my namesake. For the Kojo in there, research fellow and lecturer at the Earth Observation Research and Innovation Center Eoric at the University of Energy and Natural Resources. We also have Dr. Kwabena Atakra, Senior Lecturer at the Department of Horticulture and Crop Production at UNAIR. Okay, now I did agree, so when I see horticulture in there, it sort of takes me back to school. Dr. Naomi Kumi, Senior Lecturer at the Department of Atmospheric and Climate Science, UNAIR. Lady and gentlemen on Zoom, good morning to you. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning.
Great.
Good morning.
Great. And then Dr. Siabi, good morning.
Good morning.
You are my rival, huh?
Rival, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. We'll talk about it much more because I need to say hi to Wifey, you know.
That is important.
But when we talk about climate change and what it is doing to agriculture, what would you say is the basic impact that climate change is having on food production in Ghana, especially?
Yeah, thank you so much, and good morning to your listeners. I'm very happy to meet you, my rival. Like I said, my wife jokingly says, you are her crush.
Oh.
Seeing you on the same stage is like unthinkable. Yeah, so climate change is a major issue in Ghana, over the world.
Yeah.
Like you mentioned, we are seeing high temperatures in Europe and other areas. And I think this one is telling us that climate change is the new normal. It is not something that is too far away from us. It is something that has come to stay. And it is the reality. And it will affect life. It will affect every aspect of our economy. And that is what we are seeing today. So when we look at agric, in fact, one basic thing that we can use to define climate change in our agric sector is rainfall. Because Ghana, basically, we dwell more on rain-fed agriculture.
Yeah.
And that is really what our farmers are using to say that, okay, climate is really changing. My mother is actually a maize farmer.
Okay.
And
so she's going through the challenge, huh?
That is it. So this one is something we are personally facing, and she has been complaining, telling me how the planting season delayed because of delayed rainfall this season.
Okay.
Yeah, so she complained about it. So that is the basic indicator that normally our farmers will use to actually tell that this is a climate change.
I mean, some time ago, I was reading about adaptation and how farmers can adapt. But if we talk about adaptation to climate change, do we see our farmers being able to adapt to the changes in the weather patterns?
Yeah, so this is a very important question. In fact, although I'm seeing climate change with all these challenges I mentioned, they are there, they are existent, but I personally don't see it as a threat to our farmers and to national development.
Okay.
And I'm going to explain this.
Okay, do.
Because, in fact, when we look at climate change, I personally see that it is trying to push us to rethink and redesign our agric model.
Okay.
I don't know if you got that.
Okay.
Climate change is pushing us to rethink and redesign how we look at our agric model, because Ghana is virtually focusing too much on the traditional agric model, which is the rain-fed agric system. And you know, when climate change is not challenging us to think to modernize our agric system, we will stay like lazy and we will still rely on the rain-fed system, which will not be the plan, or which will not be feasible in the future. So for me, climate change is here to push us to think deeper, push us to innovate, push us to create a catalyst of various forms of innovations to actually modernize our agri sector. So I would say that adaptation should not only be left for the farmers, adaptation should be a national concern, because looking at adaptation strategies, although farmers are using nature-based solutions to actually adapt to climate change, but this is not enough. We need new innovations where we take smarter decisions which are based on data, which are based on science, which are based on engineering, and together we can actually be more resilient to a sustainable future.
Okay, all right. Let me bring in Dr. Kwabena Atakra here. Doc, so as you hear Dr. Siabi, climate change is forcing us to rethink the way we go about agriculture in this country. Do you see us doing that, rethinking the way we do agric in this country?
Yes, good morning, Kojo, and good morning to your cherished viewers and listeners. In fact, the question you asked, in fact, these days, agriculturists, scientists, and most of our farmers have been adopting some of the climate change practices. And in fact, as we normally call it, climate smart agriculture. We mostly depend on rain-fed, and that has caused some few challenges for us because of the erratic nature and unpredictable nature sometimes, as well as farmers being a dilemma just to detect the onset and cessation of the rainfall, which is affecting our agricultural sector. But we've been able to come out with some form of measures which is able to solve some of the problems. And in fact, when you talk of irrigation, we have various forms. Maybe you can have the flooded type, you can have the subsurface, you can also have open one, which is more or less overhead or sprinkler irrigation. But the most effective one, I would say, is the drip irrigation. And that one could help mitigate or solve some of these challenges, because with the drip, the water movement is such that it flows through the tube, and a perforation has been made at the base of the plant. So the water just passes through the tubes and get to the base of the plant. Mind you, it is not at top velocity or speed, but the movement is slow. So the root hairs are able to get all the plants that are needed, all the water that are needed. And for that matter, they are able to absorb. So there wouldn't be overflow, there wouldn't be too much, there wouldn't be erosion or any other thing. But the drip, I recommend, will be the better one for agriculture. Though people are using other forms, but as I said, with sprinkler and other forms of irrigation, sometimes you could see some wastage being happening in our fields. So the drip will help us at this stage.
But can we say one type of irrigation will be suitable for every crop?
Not at all, Kojo.
Yeah, go ahead.
Not at all, but as I said, we have various forms. So you can have, even if we have something called a check basin, which you most of the time divide the land into portions, and then you open the tap source so that the water will flow into a basin. So most of the time it's used in rice fields. And you know rice is a water-loving crop. So it needs to be embedded in some form of water. So in that case, it can be used in rice fields. And then in some other areas, you can also use the overhead, which is the sprinkler, which can also help. But what I'm saying is that if you compare all these and you don't want to waste water, then you can use the drip, which will save these situations. So there are other forms which we can use. Some use a very major one, which even uses a tire, which pushes through the farm, and then its overhead is sprays through the farm and supplies water, which is needed to the crop.
So I wanted to find out from you, what type of crops, or would the crop influence the type of irrigation I employ?
Sorry?
Would the type of crop I am farming influence the type of irrigation I employ on the farm?
Yes, definitely. Because if, for instance, if you are embarking on rice farming, then there wouldn't be any need to use more or less like overhead irrigation or sprinkler. That will not supply the needed water requirement for the rice. And for that matter, if you want to do that, that will not help. So definitely, there are different crop water requirements which must be supplied. And for that matter, if you are using rice as an example, then flooding, check basin, and all those things will have to come. But if you are using maize, then you can also employ different form of irrigation method. And if you are using also cowpea, or what people normally call beans, then sometimes people also use overhead irrigation system. Which also can function well.
I'll come back to you, but let me bring in Dr. Naomi Kume here. Doc, you are into atmospheric and climate science. With the changes we've seen over the years, in the last few years, can it help us be able to predict of the sort how the changes are becoming, such that farmers can tell, okay, this season, because in the olden days we could tell exactly how the rainfall pattern will be. Now we can't. But having studied it over the years, is there predictability somewhere?
Thank you very much, Kojo. Good morning to you once again, and good morning to your listeners. Yes, as a meteorologist, I would say that yes, it's possible we can predict.
Okay.
And that is what we are doing. And by so doing, I want to acknowledge Ghana Meteorological Agency for what they are doing. At least that's the mandated institution in this country to give us forecast. All of us, we are researchers, but they have the mandate.
Mm-hmm.
And as you just said, we are seeing a lot of changes now. Rainfall patterns, dry spells, the growing season have become so unpredictable. Why? Because of seasonal reversal of winds. So wind movements have changed, wind speed have changed. So for rainfall to be affected or factors that contribute to induce rainfall, we check pressure levels, we check how hot or dry the atmosphere is, that's humidity, we look at cloud cover. But now, there's something that we are all calling global warming. People interchange it with climate change. There's so much warming in the atmosphere because there's so much intensity of long-wave radiation. What I mean by long-wave radiation is the sun that will come and hit the surface of the earth. When the incident radiation, the one that is coming from the sun is the incident, it hits any kind of surface, be it on rough lands or at surface of ocean, any water body, conduction occurs. So there should be reflected ray that should be going back into space. And that's the warmth we feel. Due to human activities and changes in the climate's own dynamics, there are a lot of gases. A typical example of this warm gas we call greenhouse gas is the carbon dioxide that we breathe and other industrial processes. Because urbanization has increased and industries have increased compared to the pre-industrial era, these warm gases trap the heat that is supposed to escape to space to cool, and if conditions are favorable, condense and fall back as rain. The heat are now revolving around the surface of the earth. And if this heat is revolving around the surface of the earth, then it is changing wind pattern, it's changing the extent to which moisture content can retain. And so warm air, if we have evaporation from water bodies and oceans, warm air is able to retain moisture for longer, period. So if this happens, two dynamics will occur. If warm air stays for long and conditions are favorable, we have low pressures and clouds form, chances are we are going to have flood because now excessive rainfall will come in high intensity. If now this warm air stays much longer in the atmosphere and we don't have enough moisture in the air, it's dry, then it means that there's going to be much evaporation from top of soils or land surfaces from river bodies, from lakes, and so that is going to bring intensive dry spell, or what we call a drought. And so we can predict by the help of models. But in Ghana, what we need is more technology for institutions like researchers in universities and Ghana Meteo to do well. So the prediction is better. It depends on our technological skills and the models we use. So it's better and it's possible we can predict. That's what I can.
So, I mean, for someone watching us, maybe the question he or she is asking is, how is these changes in climate affecting price of food? What will you say?
Yes, climate change is really affecting price of food. One, because farmers are now spending so much money in getting improved seed varieties, doing the irrigation, those who can afford irrigation, trying to get organic compost. We are saying that agriculture also contributes to climate change. So if we are using compost and pesticide, we should try and use those that will reduce emission into the atmosphere. If the farmer spends so much money in doing this, the added value will be given to the customer. So if the consumer is going to buy, the farmer will want to add that cost to the consumer. And so one thing is it will increase, food prices, because those added value that the additional input the farmer used will be added. Secondly, we are saying that there is going to be destruction of the food chain supply. Just this morning when I was coming here, I was also listening to the news, and I heard that some people in the Western region are complaining of bad road networks. So if a farmer is able to withstand somehow with these challenges in climate, and afterwards they have harvested, conveying their produce from their farms to the market due to flooding and other bad road networks, it delays and transportation cost increase. This one will also be added to the average consumer. And so by so doing, the prices of food is going to increase and people will find it difficult to buy. If this happens, then the effect is that it's going to affect the security of food. When do we say food is secured? Food is secured when everyone has access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious food. And so once prices are increasing, bad road networks, post-harvest losses, people will harvest their vegetables especially, and those crops that are so vulnerable within a week. If they've not been able to sell it, then it means that heat is going to affect like cabbage, plantain, and others. They are going to get different costs. And so if they get the opportunity and they transport these things to major markets, they will add some to it compared to when they were supposed to. A typical example is Sunyani here. Now, looking at Sunyani, a typical growing area of agricultural area, you can get cassava 10 cedi. In some places, 20 cedi, 30 cedi. Why? Because of what the farmer has gone through in planting the cassava and also conveying it to the market. If it happens, my last point is that it's going to affect the 4 pillars of food security, which is the availability, the access, the utilization of food, and the stability of food. So climate change is really causing a lot, and we need to care about this.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Interesting. Now, Dr. Sabi, if you listen closely, it means that irrigation will not even result in the food prices coming down.
Yeah.
So what's our way out then?
Yeah, so it is very important. Irrigation alone cannot do it because we have issues from the atmosphere, those from environmental, those from the soil, and all these things are coming from different angles, and water alone cannot solve that problem. That is why in our days we need technology like artificial intelligence, like any early warning systems, like decision supporting tools to actually help us make decisions and actually adapt to climate change. So let me talk about some of the advances we've made so far when it comes to these technologies, because that is where we should go. And let me say this, that the technology is becoming increasingly important as land, as seed, as fertilizer. So the same importance that we attribute to land as a major component in farming, that same importance we have to start attributing to technology, because that is the way forward and that is where the world is going. Yeah, so if we look at some of the technologies, in fact, we have advanced. When it comes to satellite technologies, we have so many advances there. When it comes to Internet of Things, sensors that we can use to get information from our farms, we have advanced there. We also have those coming from the drone technology, and this one too is very important. So when we combine these things, for instance, we can first of all look at satellite-based monitoring systems. Satellite-based monitoring systems. So we have a large database which the European Union has actually developed. We call it the Copernicus database. In this database, we have several satellite products that we can use to actually monitor our farms. So, but you know, this one comes with a little bit of processing because these satellite images are very raw. Some are in the level 1, level 2 processing stages. And as a country, we need to develop infrastructures to pre-process these things to get a national database for ourselves.
So these ones help us do what? Tell the weather pattern for the year, or what the farmer should do to ensure that production is going up?
That is important. So that is where I'm coming.
Okay.
So for instance, when we have these satellite-based early warning systems, so we can imagine having a system where we can predict drought for before, let's say 6 weeks before planting.
Okay.
6 weeks. So when we can predict this, what will happen is that the farmer will be given this information that, okay, in the next 6 weeks, there'll be drought. So what are you supposed to do? So we can add advisory services like, so you can delay planting, don't plant until we have rains, or you can switch to what? Drought-resistant crops. We can also tell you to conserve water. We can also tell you to actually reduce potential losses by not applying fertilizer.
Okay.
This is very valuable to the farmer because if I apply my fertilizer and there is no rains, it means I've lost.
Yeah.
If I plant and there is no rains, it means I've lost. And these are very, very important inputs, which are very expensive to the farmers. So if you look at countries like Kenya, if you go to northeastern Kenya, they are the typical arid areas that we have in Africa. They are implementing this. So the system is able to tell the farmer how drought will be severe and what they are supposed to do, and even give information about their vegetation health.
Okay.
So the vegetation, in fact, I can tell you that at this point of your farm, the vegetation is growing or declining in health. What are you supposed to do? Maybe apply this proportion of what? Fertilizer to that area, or irrigate that area with this amount of water.
Oh, wow.
And this one is a very valuable information to the farmer, and it will help them to actually adapt and be more resilient.
But on that score, must it be government-led or private sector-led? It's a business opportunity, not so?
Yeah, it is a business. So this one, I'll call it a PPP. We cannot solely hand it over to the government, and we cannot solely hand it over to the private investors. We have to come together, like the government and the private must partner to actually do this. In fact, we were in a workshop in Tanzania, and one of their private agencies is trying to partner with the government to actually provide climate information services to their farmers, local farmers. And this one is really helping. In fact, one farmer was saying that at first they were actually uncertain about some of the conditions of their farms. And because of that, now they are certain. They know when to apply their fertilizer and where to apply their fertilizers. They know when to plant and when not to plant, when to irrigate and when not to irrigate. And these are very important information. So I think we have to partner with the government. Private investors, researchers must partner with the government to do this. If I want to chip in this, I think the government launched the Ghana National Research Fund last 2 weeks or last 3 weeks. And he made a profound statement during the launch. He was saying that the objective of this research fund is not to produce more papers, right? But it is to produce more solutions to the problems that we have. And I think that is a challenge to us. And that is what we must target. We must try to engineer solutions to our farmers to produce more, to feed the excess population that we have.
Okay. Now, once you talk about the research thing, let me then bring in Dr. Atakra and ask, Doc, what policies must government or Ghana implement to safeguard its agricultural sector in the wake of this unpredictability in the climate? Even though Dr. Naomi Kumi says we can predict it, but farmers down there who don't have that ability to know, GMET will put out the weather, but how many farmers even get to know? So what policies must government bring out?
Yes, thank you, Kojo, for your question. In fact, if I should start off from where Dr. Siabi ended, and that he said the profound statement that was made was that we should not use the fund to produce papers, but to at least produce results. And how can we get these results? It should be more or less researchers, extension agents from MOFA, and farmers all coming together. Because if you do the research and you put it in the field or maybe in the shelf, what will then happen? In fact, we just completed a study where we used some form of varieties of tomato, which has been developed by Crop Research Institute. It's a collaboration which we did, and we enrolled our PhD student on it. And Dr. Naomi Kumi mentioned about compost, and that is what we did. In fact, we were able to make the compost, and the student were able to make his own compost, brought it in to mix with the soil, improve the water holding capacity and all those things. And in fact, the result that he had, all of us were happy. In fact, this two new varieties, that is CRI Copia and Kwabena variety. In fact, the Kwabena is not for me anyway. It's, though my name is Kwabena, but it's another researcher in a breeder in crop research. And we partnered to team up to supervise this PhD student. And in fact, we use compost to come out with some very good results. And the varieties that we planted, some were planted in Akufo-Addo, and you know Akufo-Addo is also a vast area where people produce tomatoes, and also we wanted to test locations, so one also done in Kwadaso area. And in fact, we had very interesting results. And mind you, even one of the fascinating results that we had was that even the yields, which the breeder had earlier, we were also able to get more than that. Okay. And all of us are happy. So in this case, how should this information get to the farmers or get to the field? And that is why government policy must come in so that we'll be able to team up, get the linkage, that is AEAs within the Ministry of Food and Agriculture, we, the scientists and other team of scientists, then disseminate this kind of information or these results to our farmers so that they can also practice. But how many people or how many farmers normally will go in for organic fertilizers like making their own compost? But researchers, as we are, we don't have the zeal or the wherewithal to, in fact, do this, go around the country and also help these farmers to undertake these practices. So that is where government policy must come in so that all of us will join together so that these fine results which have been produced by our students, in fact, at the PhD level, and some are also at various levels, we can team all this up and disseminate this information, do proper demonstration, that is hands-on, throughout the whole country, so that we'll be able to save our environment and all these climate issues will go down and we'll have effective food security.
Look, I guess then you just have to walk into the research secretariat and tell them that you said that we should use the fund to produce paperwork. We have what will work, so give us the fund to go and do it. Not so.
Yes, I get you, Kojo, and we will do that because, and together with you as well, because you, the media, also have the links, so that together, when we do those things, it can also be shared as we are having the discussion this morning. And then we can improve upon farming in our country because we need food. Okay. Whatever we do, if you don't get food to eat, you won't survive. And the population we should mind ourselves that population is rather increasing. And when we leave the scenes, we'll get more population. Now we have about 33 plus. Very soon we'll have more. Okay. So we need to do more to help our nation.
Okay. I'm grateful to you. Dr. Dawamikumi, I would also want to hear from you if you want to add on to the policies bit. But before you get there, earlier you mentioned that because of urbanization and industrialization, it looks like we are cutting down a lot of the trees. But government over the years has been implementing the tree planting exercise. What would be your advice as in how effective those trees can be? Where should we even be planting them? Because we've planted millions, yet sometimes you ask yourself, where are they? So what would be your advice to government as in how effective that could be done and whether you have any addition on the policy bit?
Thank you, Kojo. So that's very good. And I like this question. I always tell my students that the Green Ghana Day, some people have taken it like a ritual. And you announce that, oh, today 2 million seedlings were planted. Yeah. The following year, we don't know where the 2 million seedlings, where they are, whether they've grown. So the first suggestion I will make to government is that now government has to be conscious in integrating this adaptation. So it's mitigation. We're trying to avoid or going to extent whereby the earth, in climate science, we call it tipping points, so that we will go into new normal. So if we are planting more trees, a mitigation strategy, trying to reduce the extent to which we are emitting. First thing is, we should even now, my colleagues in the department, Dr. Caleb Mensah and Dr. Tulabi, they are now researching into which species of plants are able to sequester more carbon. And that's what we need now. So that if we know which species are able to sequester more carbon dioxide, then that is one where the government should promote the seedlings of such plants. Okay. So we should be planting more of such. 2, we should now consider regenerating our lost forest. So it's not like anywhere people should just be planting because it's Green Ghana Day, people take seedlings, even on roadsides where the soil is not fertile, people are planting just because they want to participate. We should look for forests that are depleting, go in there, because some of the forests on the outside, you see it to be very thick. When you enter inside, it's like football field. So that is where we should channel our energies to. We should regenerate natural forest. Then the second point is the fact that we should now look for, so by the help of researchers, CSIR and other institutions, botanists, we should know which species are able to sequester more carbon dioxide, and we should concentrate our energy on that. 2, I believe that the Green Climate Fund or something, I want to now beg our governments and those in charge that let's really use it for the purpose for which it's supposed to be, so that together we can help mitigate. Because if we are supposed to plant 2 million seedlings and we do so, and who even monitors it? So this is why I'll call in the Forestry Commission. After planting, do we have people who will now go and check? Because we have them at the district level and they disseminate these seedlings. When we plant them and the TV stations and radio saying you cover them, afterwards what happens? Nobody cares to find out what they planted. We give to school children. So I believe that if we leave these tree plantings or Green Ghana Day to younger ones, and we tell every school child that plant your own tree, make sure you nurture it so that forever everybody will know this is for you. Trust me, our children will take charge of this and do it better and protect it than the adults who have been doing. So the government should now target basic school, senior high school people, maybe university students, than other institutions. They go and do it for fun and we don't see the use of it. So 3 main things: we target young generation, we target regenerating our lost forest, then we target which species are able to sequester more carbon dioxide. Thank you.
I mean, you've given me an idea, right? If I want to go and build up a forest, I need to look at plants that can sequester more carbon, and then you go into that. But Doc, so for you as well, how can farmers and communities build climate resilience?
Yes.
In concluding.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, so let me talk about one of the present needs for me, and I know my colleague researchers will also support this idea, because if we want to use research to help our farmers adapt, in fact, we need data. In fact, everything I mentioned earlier actually will run on data. So if we don't have data, it means we cannot do anything, we cannot run any model. So I personally think there should be a policy with targets developing a national or Ghana National Data Center, which is specially targeted to research and innovations. If we have a national database on the data sets we need to actually run our models, it is easy for us to create models, predictive models for our farmers. For instance, if we have a national database for soil, hosted on our national data center, if we have a national database for our water resources, a national database for our groundwater resources, national database for even our shea butter trees, we can actually do more with this data set. I can tell you that currently, if you want to conduct a very basic research in climate, even getting climate data is an issue. The data are in silos. I don't see institutional synergies between researchers and those holding the data set. And this is creating a huge challenge to conduct research in our country. Like I said, if there is a policy to host all these data sets on a national database where we can pipeline these data sets into the various research centers, that is when the government can give these research centers KPIs, which we'll use to measure the performance of these research centers. But if we don't do that, we don't have the data and we cannot really do anything. So I think there should be a policy on our data. That's very critical.
In fact, I would have loved that we go on, because this is an important discussion. It's about our food. Yeah. If you have people like us who like food, we would love to have this discussion all the time. But time is also not on our side. But I'm grateful to you for coming in and sharing your knowledge with us. Also to you, Dr. Kwabena Atakra, I'm grateful to you for joining. Dr. Naomi Kumi, thank you very much to you all for joining us. I'm sure that we would have you again here in next month because we are planning towards that particular event on your campus. Yeah. So we'll have you again next month for us to talk about this before the big day in the UNE. True. Thank you very much for coming. So that is Dr. Kwabena, Dr. Siabi. Earlier you saw Dr. Kwabena Atakra, senior lecturer at the Department of Horticulture and Crop Department of UNE. Dr. Naomi Kumi is senior lecturer at the Department of Climate and Atmospheric and Climate Science. And also in studio with me is Dr. Ebenezer Kojo Siabi. He is research fellow and lecturer at the University of Energy and Natural Resources, UNE. Thank you very much for coming once again. Now, there's a lot for us to bring you here on the show, but you know what? The things I do on television, Joy brought me from radio, pure radio, and then made me a TV presenter. Who did it? The person who did it is by the name Abla D'Souza. Abla is hardworking, loving, and Christ-like. Abla's Christian life there, you can't joke with it. That's Abla for you on the screen. Today is Abla's birthday. Abla, on this great day, I celebrate you. I respect you. I honor you because, look, without you, I'm not sure I would have been on television. And so thank you for producing me. And thanks for the love you've shown all the days I've been here. I mean, when I present, you call me and tell me you should have done it this way, done it this way. And my growth has been because you've been behind me. So grateful to you. And you've done that for numerous of the presenters on Joy News, as well as Kinsley. Poma. Look, everybody who is presenting on Joy News, we are products of Abla D'Souza. She will tutor you, guide you, and train you, and show you the rudiments of TV presentation. So Abla, on this great day, all of us are proud to call you a mother. A mother because you trained us. So we are grateful for the patience you've had with us, for the time you've had to share in training us. We say we are grateful. May the good Lord continue to bless you. And this is why I shift into a bit of my hunter and say that and the malawasi iluake said the moa nkabolo baga Kojo brace what TV zo. Edmo ye awra wama baga Kojo brace what TV zo anti egre ma dezemo adiwa wo die and the man mua se mijina bajanu na ma awoda baba iluake nkamawa enka Kojo brace nkamla TV zo inti yala wase Abla D'Souza nyamana donzuro baba gwaozo ijila na ye okezire awoda ba eva mamo Davi Abla D'Souza. Well, and that's how we'll take a break here. I'll be back with a lot more. Please do stay with us.
Through every stage of life,
Let's go.
Some things simply stay with us. The spirit of never giving up. A throwback to a bygone era. Love was service. The silent statement of love. A thoughtful gesture that deepens bonds, balancing work and life. Every drop refreshes, every sip hydrates, just as it should. I am awake, one for life. Drink water, drink awake. Supporting the National Cardiothoracic Center. This advert.
Now let me tell you why you should choose Safari Valley as your conference destination.
The new conference building combines modern amenities with the tranquility of nature, providing the perfect backdrop for your next seminar and corporate retreat.
The only conference destination with so many activities, you don't have to travel to visit your tennis club, the gym, or the stables. They have it all.
Enjoy this rooftop viewing deck, basking in the sunlight with the sight of wild animals roaming freely in their natural habitat.
At my break, I'm able to practice my putting.
It's a unique experience that sparks creativity and rejuvenates the mind.
Visit Safari Valley Eco Resort in Ghana, bringing you closer to nature.
Why do the world's smartest investors buy real estate? Because land is limited, demand keeps growing, and quality property has consistently proven to be one of the most reliable ways to preserve and grow wealth. Strategically located in the prestigious Airport West enclave of Accra, Grand Panat combines luxury living with strong investment potential. Enjoy world-class amenities, including infinity pools, sky bars, premium co-working spaces, wellness facilities, smart home features, and advanced security systems. Grand Panat is designed to deliver lasting value. Backed by MCL Ghana's proven reputation for quality, transparency, and investor confidence, every detail has been crafted for those who demand excellence. Call us now on 0200-903091 or 0244-167621. WhatsApp us on 0200-903091 or visit us at www.grandpanach.mclghana.com. Grand Panach by MCL. Prestige lives here.
The AM show. Let's talk about reparations now, right? Just recently in the UN, Ghana secured a historic moment when we got the UN or the world to acknowledge that the transatlantic slave trade was one of the most barbaric human crimes ever to have been committed. But after that, what about repairing the sort of injury, in quote, for that particular action left on Africans? And so the discussions about reparative justice has become one thing that is dominating these discussions now. We have Mahmoud Kamara, sorry, Mahmoud Kamara. What's happening? Okay, maybe I may need water, but Mahmoud Kamara is the founder and director of Reform Initiative. Mahmoud, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me.
So, where are we on all of these discussions about reparatory justice?
Yeah, thank you very much for having me and in the studio, and greetings to all my to the viewers and listeners to this show. You are right. Just a few days ago, the government of Ghana, in collaboration with international partners from CARICOM, from the African Union, and UNESCO, organized a major conference here to discuss the next steps following the landmark adoption of the UN General Assembly resolution, which considered, which eventually finally considered the enslavement and trafficking of Africans as a grievous crime against humanity.
Yeah.
Now we're moving on from that conference and the various issues that we've been dealing with and talking about on reparatory justice to focus on how we actualize some of the propositions and the demands that have been articulated for decades on the reparatory justice agenda. Now, what we are here to talk about for the conference, that's Reform Initiatives, which is the organization that I founded, and our partners are going to be looking at from next week, Monday, starting on the 29th and ending on the 2nd of July, is how we repair international development. For far too long, international development has been, or the discourse and the narratives around international development has been very much Western focused. The narrative has been quite top-down, with people in the West telling us how to develop our communities.
Yeah.
But prior to that, our indigenous communities, our people know and have been implementing ways in which they can develop their communities, in ways that project and center care, in ways that project and center well-being, and in ways that actually also elevate African traditions, African values, African knowledge systems and capital. So what we are trying to do is to bring in the reparatory justice language and narrative into the development discourse. We are going beyond decolonizing development, because as you probably will agree with me, there's a lot of conversation around decolonizing development. Our position is that we are going to move beyond, or we need to move beyond decolonization, because decolonization is just one aspect of the many crimes that were committed against Africans and people of African descent or against indigenous communities. Whereas repair looks at the full spectrum, not just of decolonizing, but also of healing, reconnecting, and repairing and re-educating ourselves and our minds on how we can do things better for our own people. So this is what this conference is about. The conference is about bringing indigenous knowledge, amplifying indigenous and African knowledge in systems and practices in how we develop our communities and our people. That brings in issues of healing, that brings in issues of environmental repair and justice, that brings in issues of conscientization of Africans and indigenous people across the world. So we've brought over 150 people to Ghana from different parts of the world, from Nicaragua, from Nepal, from Latin America, from Brazil, different parts of Brazil, from Colombia, for them to come and share with us how they've been working with their communities to develop those communities. And we have people from Ghana, we have people from the north, we have people from Volta region who are also going to share their experiences and expertise with our comrades and colleagues from different parts of the world.
So the focus is now to tell the foreign partners that you don't have to tell us what to do with the grant. Is that the focus?
So the focus is multiple. The first one is that we need to firstly reconnect with historical ways in which we have been doing development better. Like the problem is with Western hegemonic forms of development is that most of the time they tell us, oh, your ideas are false, your ideas are not good. Like, you need to shelve these ideas and adopt ours. So what we are doing is using what we call the 6 R's framework for repairing development. The first R in that framework is about reconnecting. One of the major crimes of the transatlantic enslavement and colonization and other forms of crimes, historical crimes that were committed, was the dismembering of our knowledge systems and practice, the disconnection of our communities, separating people from their land, separating people from their cultures and tradition. So one of the things that we are trying to do is reconnecting, because there's a right to reconnect with your past, there's a right to reconnect with your community, there's a right to reconnect with your society. And we are bringing our comrades and colleagues who've been disconnected, or we're trying to re-engage with practices that were very much positive and progressive historically, even before the interaction with the West. And so that's the first element, to get people to reconnect with those positive practices that really elevate indigenous knowledge and practices. The second R in this framework is to re-educate. You know, Bantu Steve Biko said the greatest weapon of the oppressor is the mind of the oppressed. the minds of our people have been so convoluted that even our own knowledge practices, even our own systems of belief, even our own systems of doing things to ensure that we develop our communities, we are now seen as antithetical, as alien.
Even our products.
Exactly. We don't buy African products. Yeah. How can we develop and improve our communities if we don't buy from ourselves, if we don't trade among ourselves? That comes with education. That comes with knowing what is good for us and implementing those good things for us. This is not about adopting things that are harmful. This is about adopting things that are progressive, that are positive, that helps to develop our communities across the full spectrum of those of development. So that's the second R, re-education. And this is very crucial for this conference because the narratives that we have adopted, that we use, that we see as norm, many of these narratives are actually alien to our communities and to our people. We use words and languages that are very much outside of our own cultural and positive cultural practices. So we have to re-educate ourselves.
Okay.
And the third R is the repair R. The repair R closes the loop in terms of what we engage in when we're talking about development. It is not just cosmetic. It has to be systemic, it has to be structural, it has to be deep, and it has to engage in a long-term way. You know, most of the development initiatives that we see, and I've worked in the development sector for a very long time, they're very cosmetic in the sense that they come and tell you this is what you need, or this is what you want, rather than it coming from the communities saying, this is how we want to do things. It is not just about what is required, it is the howness of how what has been demanded is implemented. To ensure that it is owned by the communities, to ensure that it is collectively protected by the communities. So that is a very important element of repair. The structural and systemic infrastructure that are set up to ensure that people own, people believe, people engage in the development activities that are meant for their communities.
And this is happening when and where?
So the conference is happening in Accra at Movenpick on the 29th of June, starting on the 29th of June. And interestingly, what we're doing on the 29th of June, unlike many conferences which start with open ceremonies, with huge speeches and remarks, we are taking people for a healing pilgrimage to Inchinchim Museum in Ada.
Okay.
The reason why we're doing this is because a lot of the people who are coming to our conference, this is the first time, many of them are people of African descent. They've never been to the continent. This is the first time they're coming to Africa, and Ghana is the first country in Africa that they're coming to.
Okay.
So what we're trying to do is reconnect them with their ancestry, taking them outside of the city to Inchinchim Museum, which has been curated by the award-winning sculptor Kwame Akoto-Bamfo.
Yeah.
Kwame curates a program for these healing pilgrimages that enable people to reconnect spiritually and physically with the continent. So we're starting the conference at Ada, at the Inchinchim Museum, before we come to Movenpick.
Okay,
yeah.
Solid.
Yes.
I wish you all the best, yeah?
Thank you very much.
In just 30 seconds, will be your concluding remarks to our viewers.
So the message that we want to send to our viewers and listeners and to our colleagues and comrades in the development world is that we have been saying that we need to decolonize development. And this is very crucial, this is very important. But at Reform Initiatives, in collaboration with our partners, we believe that development has to be repaired, so that we don't just focus on one crime that was committed in the dismembering of our development practice. We are looking at the full spectrum of repair, which ensures that the intersectionality of development interventions are fully not just recognized, but are implemented.
Okay.
So that is what repair means, repairing international development means. So thank you very much for having me.
I am grateful to you for coming.
Thank you.
So this is Mahmoud Kamara, who is the founder and leader of the organizing team for this particular International Development Conference. I wish you all the best, sir.
Thank you.
We'll take a break here. We'll be back with much more. Please do stay.
Innovation, research, and engineering are driving solutions for a sustainable future. The University of Energy and Natural Resources, in collaboration with Joy News, presents the International Conference on Energy and Engineering 2026 under the theme Engineering the Future, Energy, Agriculture and Infrastructure Innovations towards Climate Resilience and Sustainable Development. The conference comes up from 30th September to 2nd October. Ahead of the International Conference on Energy and Engineering, join us this Friday on the AM show as we discuss how engineering, technology, and innovation can help Ghana respond to climate change challenges, from strengthening agriculture and food security to building sustainable systems, with insights from Dr. Naomi Kumi, Senior Lecturer, Department of Atmospheric and Climate Science, Vice Dean of Students, UNM, Dr. Kwabena Atakra, Senior Lecturer, Department of Horticulture and Crop Production, UNM, and Dr. Ebenezer Kojo Siabi, Research Fellow and Lecturer, Earth Observation Research and Innovation Center, Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering. On the AM show, live on Joy News.
Imagine a family without a home. Imagine a song without a voice. Imagine a church without prayers. Imagine a government without citizens. Imagine democracy without journalists. Imagine a world without the media. Life is full of issues and stories about people, communities, and governments. Stories that have to be told by well-trained journalists. That's why you can't imagine news without Joy News.
In the heart of Africa, a vibrant wave of innovation is building, with Ghana at the forefront. Here, AI fuels our journey. The Pan-African AI Summit returns to Ghana, igniting a flame of creativity and vision. It's a place where we shape tomorrow, with technology responding to the critical local challenges we face on the continent. Participate in the Pan-African AI and Innovation Summit 2026 and become a change maker in your community. Let's create solutions that touch every individual's life. Visit www.panafricanAIsummit.com for more information.
So let's talk about the Pan-African AI and Innovation Summit, which is going to come up shortly here in Ghana. It's an event that you should look forward to, because we want to talk about AI, really. What is AI doing to change narratives about Africa? And joining me in studio for us to talk about how AI is impacting businesses and more, we have Jesse Johnson. He's head of engineering at Juma Tech AI. Jesse, good morning. At saying,
I'm here.
Say Juma Tech. There's okay. And then we have Marvin Adom Ama, head of account management, Farmerline. Good morning. Trust all good?
Yes. Thanks for having us.
Let me start with, and this question is to all of you, so you take part in it. Now, when we hear about AI, I think there's some machine sitting somewhere that is, and there are even conspiracy theories about AI, But in simple terms, what would you say is the impact, or how is AI transforming the way we do business in Ghana, in agriculture, in health?
Yeah. So AI has quickly become a great accelerator of human cognitive labor. So wherever you find ourselves, where people think and act, AI is a tool that is already accelerating that. So like, for instance, in organizations of all sorts, from like the low level, like just preparing documents, formatting documents, to even high level, like enabling research to scale across like various topics, AI is accelerating that. And it's even, perhaps even more importantly, AI has enabled companies to synthesize all their information, all their knowledge, and bring everything together in a regular chat interface that people are familiar with. So I'll say fundamentally AI is, despite everything everyone is saying, AI is fundamentally just a great accelerator of human cognitive labor.
For Farmerline, let's know how AI is helping farming in Africa.
Yes. This is something we're really passionate about. So at Farmerline, we started off as a company that took advisory to farmers, because we noticed that in where we find ourselves, most farmers may not be that literate to read and write. So we started to pre-record messages and send it out to farmers in a way where they can understand some of the good agronomic practices. Over the period, we noticed that there had to be a change, because we had farmers that could stay on the phone trying to listen to an IVR menu in order to select a language that they were most suitable to be spoken in. But now we've been able to replace that specifically with something amazing, which we call DALI AI. DALI AI is a voice-first tool which serves as an agronomist. And how this works is that a farmer can call using a feature phone, what we call the YAM phone here, and they can simply just interact with an AI model that speaks about 43 low-resource languages, including Dagbani, including Ewe, including Tree, and it's able to understand, take that back, and then give it feedback with regards to the questions it's asking. We've seen a lot of farmers use this in ways that has transformed the way they are farming. And I must say that truly it is something that is only just starting, because we can see the extent to it. And it's interesting to even mention this, because there's something that we're never able to really understand, which is the sentiments that farmers gave. Now, if you're giving information to someone, one of the most important things is to also know whether or not that information is within a context in which they understand or they can apply. With what we've been able to build and with that AI component, we have something called the sentiment analysis, where when farmers are interacting with the AI tool and they begin to make certain sounds and responses like, I can't hear you, or even anything that could possibly be a displeasure, we are able to actually flag that, and we are also able to link that to an agent who can actually take that up and then speak to them. So in a nutshell, it's like it's closing the loop for very interesting aspects that we've never thought was important, and most importantly, the intelligence that we're able to get from that.
Quite interesting there. Now, the Pan-African AI and Innovation Summit is coming up in September. What makes it different from usual tech events, and why are you even calling it an economic intervention?
So primarily, like what makes this one special really is the moment at which it is coming, right? Because we are on the cusp of a paradigm shift in the way people use computing. And like you've noticed, governments, individuals, organizations are rapidly taking advantage, or at least thinking about AI. So this presents an opportunity to gather all those siloed conversations, bring them together, and then like have a big public conversation about this very important moment we're having.
And why is that an economic intervention rather than say a tech conference?
Yes. Well, I will say it's an intervention first of all, because with the numerous summits that we've been at, I would say that usually such summits ends with a business card. And if you're lucky, maybe someone who is interested in your business who might want to partner but is not too sure how to even go about it. The reason why this would be positioned as that is that it's taking that step beyond just having to come up with great presentations, explaining what a business is, and rather putting the power into the hands of investors and people that actually want to be in the room. One of the biggest things that you'd want to close the gap on is the demand for your business. If you can always get the right people that understand exactly what you are building and can invest in it, that is a step ahead in terms of being able to actually build a unicorn or a multi-million-dollar industry. And I think this is what this Pan-African Summit actually does. What it's going to do is that it's going to put the people that understand the solutions, the market, and it's also going to put the people that actually can shape policies in the same room. And I think that is something that I believe should be lauded and for people to actually attend, to be a part of it.
So can Farmerline be said to have benefited from these, where you go to an event and you have someone put money in your business?
I can say that it is extremely important for business owners to find themselves in such environments. I mean, I was part of the G10 conference in Italy, and you notice that people that you could send emails to, people that you could chase for years, could find themselves in the same room, and you could make a business decision in 5 minutes just because of that physical approach, where they now understand that this is actually something we've been looking for. You've been able to pitch this. Let's just move from there. And I must say that when Farmerline started, actually, with our co-founders, that's Aloysius and then Emmanuel Adai, it was the same idea, where they actually wanted to take the business to the international world, to people that actually understood the need for advisory. And from there, it's been magic. Now the software is being used in over 50 countries. And we've partnered with over 3,000 partners across different origins. Yeah.
Wow. That's super impressive, huh?
Thank you.
Okay. Now, for Jesse, many business owners worry that adopting AI tools, for example, is too expensive or out of reach. Is AI only meant for giant corporations, or can small local businesses start using it right now to save cost?
Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. We as a Gematech are passionate about getting like AI tools into the hands of companies of all sizes. And like probably everyone has noticed, there's been a massive push from even the largest companies to surface AI-backed applications to like practically everyone. And we are seeing businesses currently take up AI and use them in so many innovative ways to run like back office work, to enhance their communications, enhance their research, all sorts of things. So yes, like AI is not just for the big players. Like every single business, from a small one-man shop, a restaurant, to like even Joy, for instance, should be adopting AI.
Well, it's about a cost, right?
Cost. So there are some valid concerns around cost, but then there is a lot of work being done to subsidize this, or to bring the cost of inference down, so that like it becomes like practically too cheap to meter. Yes. So cost should never be a concern that prevents a company from taking advantage of this technology. Yeah.
If you're a small business somewhere, you want the person to adopt AI, and the cost is a burden to the person, is there any intervention that a small business owner could integrate AI into his or her operations, but does not need to churn out huge sums?
For starters, they can talk to us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gematech.
Exactly.
You are there for them.
Yes, exactly. So there are ways of like there are levels to this, right? There are ways of integrating AI models that can even run at no cost on a person's device or a laptop, right? That can do useful things. There are also like more advanced applications that may come with more hefty price tags. But then like everyone has got something in there for them. So yeah, like cost is absolutely not a burden.
Marvin, so I mean, agriculture for a long time has been the backbone of Ghana and Africa's economy.
Exactly.
Even though the focus on agriculture, we always say, is not where it should be, because you expect governments to look at where they feed. You have to put your money where your food is. Okay. But we don't see that. But in terms of integrating AI into agric, how can partners elevate, agric and AI into multi-billion-dollar interventions?
Right. Yes, thanks for that. That's a very heavy one. But I'll start first of all by saying that the problem is seeing agriculture as a charity case, if you ask me. Just like you said, it's actually the biggest business we have on the continent. If you see the kind of numbers and you see the how much it is churning out each year, you notice that there's an opportunity that is untapped, basically. I will start first of all by saying that over the last 13 years, what Farmerline has tried to, I would say, perfect is having a 360 approach in terms of being able to solve the problems in agriculture. And I would say this in a way where technology alone is not enough. And I keep saying this on every panel that I sit on, because we need to begin to understand that no matter how much your technology could be advanced, and in this case, we're talking about AI, no matter how many tools we come up with, if we decide to put these tools in the hands of farmers, no matter how much advice you give to a farmer, at the end of the day, if they cannot have manufacturers committing to offtake, if they cannot be able to preempt things such as pest and disease control, if they do not have the financing to be able to acquire the inputs that are needed, then it is a business that will crumble as you would have it. I would say that there has to be a 360 approach to the way we actually approach this entire agricultural business. And one, if we're able to advise farmers, we're able to finance them to get the right inputs, if we're able to help them plant, if we're able to give them the technology to be able to trace, and then have manufacturers do off-taking, and then have buyers also on board, what you begin to see is a value chain that has been invested in. And I think that is where I usually advocate for, that instead of investors to look at a stage or to finance a platform, it's better they look at the value chain. Because in so doing, what happens is that everyone maximizes their profit. And that's the mission we've had, to build lasting profits for farmers. And we understood a long time ago that there isn't a perfect approach to this, but rather understanding the grassroots problem, which is that farmers are not getting enough inputs, that they do not even know where to go, that the roads are not allowing them to be able to move produce to the markets in a very safe manner, and there are no logistic means to be able to do this. And I think for me, having to speak about a unicorn or a multi-billion-dollar industry starts from where we understand that the entire value chain needs to be considered. And that is what I would advocate for.
So even finance, because one major issue is also financing.
Exactly.
Cheap or affordable finance, not cheap, affordable finance. If a farmer has to go and borrow at a rate where commercial entities are also borrowing, of course, the farmer will be priced out. So your 360 solution also encompasses that?
Yeah, so maybe I can just give an idea of how we approach this. So we've actually deployed over $40 million on our balance sheet to farmers over the last 13 years. And how have we been able to do this? We need to understand that financing farmers cannot take the same approach as the banks do, right? We need to understand that if agriculture needs to be something that banks can invest in, then we need to start speaking the language of finance. And what exactly am I talking about? The reason why the banks in the first place do not find farmers a lot more, I'll say in this case, attractive, right, in terms of financing is because they don't have the information that they need to be risk averse. Every bank is risk averse. They want to understand, if you're a farmer, how much are you growing in a year? Do you have a business? Is it registered? Do you have a psychometric data? They want to see your repayment history. Most farmers do not have this. So in the first instance, being able to even acquire this in itself becomes a problem. So you go to a bank, you want to actually, have them invest in your business, but all these things are missing. And that is why that comes up to another aspect for which we've been doing. We have the open finance model that we've used to build KYC data. So it's actually a FICO-like platform that can actually create credit-worthy scores for farmers. When we take this information, we're able to now work with the banks in a way where they can actually have insight in terms of the farmers that they are looking to invest in. And this year, we've been able to move to have a number of banks actually commit almost about $13 million to financing farmers on this level. So in a way, we
and do they do it direct to the farmers or that to you, indirectly through you to them?
So how we're doing this is that we have the information on the farmers, there's a KYC data, we partner with the banks, and the banks work directly with the farmers, whilst we also help in terms of aspects like inputs, and we help with de-risking measures. So it could be anything regarding input, it could be on a technology where the farmers can get to understand the good agronomic practices on how they can maximize their inputs as well as their yields. And from there it becomes a win-win situation, because then the banks are not just left alone. There's actually a company that understands the farmers. We've worked with them for 13 years. We know some of the seasonalities. If there's a drought, how can irrigation step in order to maximize this? And this is how actually it's been moving over the years. Yeah.
Okay, now let's talk about an aspect that also probably has a potential of hurting all this that we're doing, brain drain.
Yeah.
How is this summit addressing the issue of brain drain, where you encourage local talent to say, stay, let's build it together?
So it's the power of convening different players. So isolated players may not be fully aware of like how large the ecosystem is, how large and how valuable the ecosystem is. And that's what a summit like this does. It brings together everyone from policymakers to those with the money, those with the ideas, and puts them all in a room and lets them engage with each other. So that I believe sends a strong signal to the various startups, the various individuals, like everyone in the ecosystem, that like there is real talent here and there's real funding opportunity for people to build real solutions for this place. So then that helps at least dampen the desire to seek better fortunes overseas.
But there's a difference between saying, yeah, there is opportunity, than people actually seeing that in fact there is opportunity and they are tapping into them.
No, so like the conference literally does that. It's a place for like players like us, like as a Dreamatech, like all the other companies in the system to showcase what they have, right? It's like you have to sell yourself, let me put it that way, right? And that presents an opportunity for people to know that, like, hey, if you want to do AI, it's not only Google that you have to try and get into, right? There's like a Dreamatech here that you can work with. So yeah, like it just presents everyone with the reality on the ground that there is opportunity here. There are talented people over here who can build complex AI systems.
Okay, yeah, Marvin.
Yes, right. Okay, I think I will take it from the part where I'll say that, people don't, I'll say young people usually do not leave the country because of the lack of the love for their country. It's usually because of the opportunities, as you rightly said. And I think I've always believed that there's a strong paradox in the country where there's a lot of talent, but very limited opportunities. I think that, first of all, we need to look at opportunities from the kind of challenges that we have, because that's where we actually get these opportunities from. If you think about it this way, until we actually have a problem, there's really no market where people would want to be able to invest in something in order to solve it. Meaning that, for me, the call for opportunities should be how we can actually channel these talents into solving the problems, and that's the everyday problems. What I believe this summit is going to do, and this intervention, is that it's going to move away from simply just teaching people about AI, telling them how inclusive it can get, how they can gain intelligence, to rather putting them in a place where they can actually meet people that can make the decisions concerning this. And I think it's a very powerful thing now, more than ever, because the world is changing very quickly. And I always say that it's either you are a part of the change or you deal with it when people actually decide how it's supposed to go. The reason I would encourage young people to keep stirring up is, and I would actually cite Farmerline as an example. It is a Ghanaian-owned business that started right from KNUST. We have engineers in the company that have built the solution from ground up. There is no part of the solution that we've been able to license in over 50 countries across the world that was actually built by an external person. We actually are students right here from Legon, from Tech, that actually built this from the ground up. So we are living proof of the fact that opportunities actually do exist. The problem is understanding the market, tapping into it, and being able to have the right policies that don't strangle it at the onset. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Now we just need to wrap up. But if you could give one compelling reason for entrepreneurs, people with the big cash and what have you, to be part of this, what will it be? You, and then we could wrap up.
Yeah, like you should be where everyone is, right? Everyone is thinking about this technology. Everyone is bracing for the change that is coming. The government has an a national AI strategy, for instance. There's government involvement in this. There's people from all over the world, like international finance from all over the world. There are talented individuals in Ghana also coming to this conference. So this is a gathering of everyone who is talking about the same thing. So if you do not want to miss out on this conversation, you should be present at the Pan-African AI Summit.
Okay.
Right. I think I'll touch on the three things that always make up the business, which is the skill, the capital, and then the policies. And I believe that this event actually brings all three together. It's a perfect ingredient to, I would say, something wonderful starting, as we usually call it, a unicorn. What I would also say is that it is important that people understand the sort of benefit and how this would actually align them to places where they would have only dreamt of. And we've seen this over the years. I've been a part of a lot of summits where I can say that right afterwards, you see people just go ghosts, basically. We believe that we are bringing people together that actually understand what the country needs and how AI should be shaped. And in so doing, it's important that anyone that has a say in this and understands how the policies can be put, understands what investment means to this, should be a part of it. And also, an advice is that investors should not just invest in stages. They should look at the entire holistic view, because I believe that it is time for us to start connecting the dots, ensuring that we have something more consummate and something that we can actually approach as a country.
If someone wants to be part of the summit, what should he or she do?
Right, so they can register. There are a number of links out there. You can also just Google the Pan-African Summit. There's a LinkedIn page where you could also have a link in order to actually register to be a part of. And then from there, that's it. Yeah, it's as simple as that.
If the person is a beginner, he or she wants to know and be part of the ecosystem, even though he or she is not an expert, is it open?
Yes, it is. Yes,
okay.
I believe it is, yes. So it's just to encourage everyone. And once again, you've actually brought up a very important point. Some people may think that they are not there yet. They probably don't have any ideas of business. Sometimes it's just you being in a room, and your next business could be something off someone's idea, where you realize that this is actually a gap. And that's what I usually encourage people to do.
Okay. I hope it's free.
Right, yes.
Is it free?
Yes, I do know that there's a part of it that is free, but I would also encourage that people to be part of the rooms which actually
you have to pay for.
Yes, which actually pave way for a lot more experience.
Okay, guys, thank you very much.
Thank you,
for coming. So that's Jesse Johnson, Head of Engineering, Ejuma Tech AI. Marvin Ni Adum Ama is Head of Account Management at Farmerline. Gentlemen, thank you for coming. Well, we would break here, but have a lot for you. This July, Ghana will host global energy leaders and experts at the Ghana International Petroleum Conference, GIPCON 2026, on the theme, Building a Resilient Downstream, Policy, Innovation and Investment for Growth. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of Ghana, will be the distinguished guest of honor. Speakers include Honorable Dr. John Abdullahi Jenapor, Minister for Energy and Green Transition, Mr. Godwin Kojo Tamaklo, CEO of National Petroleum Authority, NPA, Dr. Patrick Ofori, CEO of Chamber of Bulk Oil Distributors, and Dr. River Senopon, CEO of Chamber of Oil Marketing Companies. The date is July 16 to 17, 2026. 8 a.m. each day at the Palms Convention Center, La Palm Royal Beach Hotel. The event will be climaxed with the Downstream Awards and Gala Night happening on July 18, 2026 at the Gold Coast Hotel in Accra. Register now on www.gipcon.com or call 0558 223678. 0558 223678. We'll take a break. I'll be back with more. Stay.
In the heart of Africa, a vibrant wave of innovation is building, with Ghana at the forefront. Here, AI fuels our journey. The Pan-African AI Summit returns to Ghana, igniting a flame of creativity and vision. It's a place where we shape tomorrow, with technology responding to the critical local challenges we face on the continent. Participate in the Pan-African AI and Innovation Summit 2026 and become a change maker in your community. Let's create solutions that touch every individual's life. Visit www.panafricanAIsummit.com for more information.
It has given us the energy for us to do what we will do at the World Cup. Look, we have 4 points now. Tomorrow, we go up against Croatia. And you know what? We are in this game to either win or draw. 2 options, no lose. If we win or draw, we are progressing. I mean, look, a lose would make us progress anyway, but we don't want it. We want to win or draw. So against Croatia, what would be your prediction? What do you think the Black Stars should do? What should they change? Is there anything they should change? Call us and let's have a chat together. Hi, Abdul Rashid, good morning. Abdul Rashid, good morning.
Good morning.
Abdul, let me hear your thought ahead of our game against Croatia tomorrow.
I'm calling from Wellington, Anumba South District.
Good. Yeah.
Ghana won, Croatia 0.
Good. One goal project.
Sure,
I agree.
Ghana won, Croatia 0.
I believe in it. I believe in it, Abdullah. So that's it. You can also call us. Let's have your prediction. What do you think should be changed about the game? What should the Black Stars change? I want to see Partey and Sibo play again together because they make the midfield tick. Just like Kelebi and Chazo, Partey, Sibo, and Caleb sitting in front of the defense. Solid one. And then you have Semenyo, Jordan. Okay, Malik, good morning to you.
Good morning, sir.
I hope Ashanti is good. Let's hear from you.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's Ghana 2, Croatia 0.
Okay.
So Ghana 2.
Okay.
Croatia 0.
Okay. We go for the kill.
So tomorrow Ghana will be the top one.
Okay. Yeah. We go for the kill tomorrow. Thank you very much. What's your take as well? 0302. Okay. So Thomas is. Let's still stay in Ashanti region and bring in Thomas. Thomas, how is Kumasi? Hello, Thomas. Hello, my friend Thomas. Good morning.
Yeah. Ghana 2, Croatia 0.
Okay, 2-0. It's coming up here. Thank you very much, Thomas. You can also call us.
Ghana 2, Croatia 0.
Thank you very much, Thomas. I'm grateful to you. You can also call us and let's hear from you what your thought is about this game. Malik from Nandom. Malik, how is Nandom?
The son of Salia calling from Nandom.
Okay, let's hear you, sir.
Yes, Ghana we are going in victory always at the fight. We are going and really we are going to make it. But the sad story of it is that there is no television that is local sovereignty for local places. For those at the council side who cannot have clear services can also know what our people are dying for.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. But I think there is an important matter yesterday a boss of mine brought to my attention. Why did the GFA not intentionally add about 4 local people so that their clubs can earn good money from this World Cup? Because we know that FIFA pays clubs whose players are playing in this World Cup some monies at the end of the tournament. So why didn't we take that decision? Anyway. Hi, good morning to you, sir. Amidu.
Yeah.
Let me hear from you, sir.
We are winning 1-0 tomorrow.
1-0, okay.
1-0 tomorrow. And we are praying that the coach so that we can go far.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, bro. I'm grateful.
Very good coach. And we thank God for him coming to us early.
Okay. All right, Gregory is joining us as well. Gregory, good morning. Hello, Gregory. Well, you can call us. The numbers are on the screen. Call us and let's talk about the Black Stars. But if the GFA is listening, I think that next time you have to be deliberate because when they win the league, what do they get? But if they have their players being in this tournament and we're able to cross to the semi-finals, their clubs will make a lot of money. So GFA, please, sometimes be intentional. Life is won by those who are intentional by the things they do. Hello, Nana. Good morning to you.
Good morning to you. How are you?
Nana, I'm doing fantastic. How about you?
Ghana will win 1.
Ekome. I believe in Ekome because we will defend.
If you call me back, Ghana is 1.
Ghana is what?
1 for Ghana.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Hey, Tornado from Dabuansi Junction. Mini are not them. Hello, Tornado.
Hello.
You're calling us from Dabuansi Junction.
Yes.
How's the place?
Yes,
Masumu Papa. Let's hear you.
Yeah. Ghana 3, Croatia 0.
Hey. Wow. Ghana 3. Who are going to score the goals?
Oh. Thomas Partey will score 1.
Okay. Okay, all right, I hear. Thank you very much. Let me bring in Jerry from Mankasim. Jerry from Oman Kese. How are you? Hello, Jerry.
Hello, sir.
Jerry,
good morning.
Good morning, sir. How's Mankasim?
Thank you. You are doing a great job.
Thank you very much, sir. I'm grateful.
Oh, okay. We are all praying for Black Stars to win against Croatia, and I predict that they will score 2-0 tomorrow at 9 o'clock. By 11 o'clock, you all jubilate that they have scored 2-0.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm grateful to you. Black Stars. So, Kobe is joining from my table. Kobe, good morning to you.
Morning, all.
Great. Let's hear you, sir.
I'm about to I born 1-1.
1-1.
That's a copy. The way to take him.
Macho Mate. Thank you very much, Kobe. And that's Kobe's take there. It's going to be a good game. We are energized as a country. The way we are supporting the Black Stars is really good. Let's keep supporting the Black Stars the way we're doing. And look, at the end of the day, the boys have really repaid the trust we've entrusted into them, because they won against Panama, drew against England, when on paper a lot of people thought that we were going to be whitewashed. We weren't. So let's keep trusting them, let's keep supporting them, and I know that we will deliver. Tomorrow we are qualifying to the next stage by topping the group or being second. We will defeat Croatia. Let's keep supporting them, and things will be good for all of us. On behalf of our news team here, the show, the AM show, we say thank you for joining us. Let's meet again, God willing, on Monday. But until then, please remember to be good, do good, because doing good is all you need to be okay in this life. And let's support Black Stars tomorrow. Good morning.
Yeita will be up on a better Samia. Yacha will be up on a better Samia. Yeita will be up on a better Samia. Yacha. I bet the girl in the money, I need Jan in the money. I say, Kofi in the money, I say, Mojan in the money. Winter in the money, Stevie Nappy in the money. Robert Mesa.